Hunter Biden on trial. I'm Chris Foster, Fox News. The case in Delaware about a gun the president's son bought in 2018. Fox's John Scott.
Jury selection begins in Hunter Biden's federal gun trial. The president's son faces 3 charges brought by the special counsel, David Weiss. He's accused of buying and possessing a firearm while addicted to illegal drugs, which is a violation of federal law. Hunter Biden has pleaded not guilty and claims he is being politically targeted.
Hunter Biden also faces federal tax charges in a case scheduled to go to trial in September. A plea deal fell apart last year. Former President Trump on Fox and Friends Weekend says his criminal hush money trial and conviction has been very hard on his wife, Melania.
I have a wonderful wife who has to listen to this stuff all the time. They do that for this reason. They do that, all these salacious names that they put in of these people. And I'm not even allowed to defend myself because of a gag order. Think of it. But they put this stuff in to create havoc. These are bad people.
He's denied the fling he's convicted of illegally trying to cover up ahead of the 2016 election. He's appealed the ruling that says he's okay with the possibility of going to prison. Sentencing is scheduled for July 11th. A left-wing scientist and former Mexico City mayor is elected president of Mexico.
Voters there are making history by electing their first female president. Mexico City's former mayor, Claudia Sheinbaum, is projected to win in a landslide victory. She is currently leading her closest opponent by more than 20 points. This was the largest election in the country's history, with 20,000 public offices being contested. Nearly 100 million registered voters were expected to participate.
Fox's Jackie Abanya. Sheinbaum will be Mexico's first president with a Jewish background as well. Presidents there serve 1 6-year term, so Andrés Manuel López Obrador was not eligible to run again. America's listening to Fox News.
Well, the weather's warming up and summer's just around the corner. Everyone has a favorite outdoor activity: golf, bike riding, bird watching, long walks. Ask 100 people, you'll get 100 answers. But if everyday aches and pains are keeping you on the sidelines, I have one answer: Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free daily supplement that helps your body fight pain naturally. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients. It doesn't just mask pain, it helps reduce or even eliminate it. Wherever you're hurting, back, neck, joints, or muscles, in 3 weeks or less, you'll start to feel the difference all day, every day. So whatever you like to do, swimming, pickleball, hanging out in the garden, Relief Factor can help you feel good again and let you enjoy all your favorite outdoor activities all summer long. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF and save on your first order. That's 1-800-4RELIEF. Fight pain naturally with Relief Factor.
The Morning Xtra, only on Xtra 106.3.
Morning, y'all. We made it. We got through the weekend, and we're back at it on a Monday. We're glad that you're here with us. There's so much to talk about this morning, and we'll get to all that, but we'll start by just checking in. The Hee Haw gang is all here. Rhino, what's up, man? How was your weekend?
My weekend was pretty uneventful. That's good.
Yeah.
You know, just kind of relaxed. Went to the pool yesterday with Liam and Aaron. We went over to some friend's house, had some fun over there, and kids acted fools, which is good. And adults hung out in the hot tub and watched them act fools. So,
there you go. Well, I mean, dude. I mean, what more could you ask for than that there?
That's about it.
That's a grand slam, if you ask me.
Sounds fantastic, right?
Yes, front office Lowe's spent some time playing volleyball, or at least watching it.
Watching a ton of it over at Cobb Galleria. Spent the whole weekend over there. It felt like every single morning I was coming over to work because we had our first match yesterday at 7:30 in the morning, so you have to be there by 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it was just kind of how it was. It's like I feel like I basically had a Saturday and Sunday where I was across the street.
Yeah, it was big time.
Where it was.
Yeah, and then we went to the Braves game yesterday, and then I turned around, and there's front office Lowe's standing right next to me.
The wife and her cousin decided they wanted to go to the game, and I was more than capable of making that happen. So, no, it was good. It was good. Just fun to get out, and we fortunately we were able to stay out of the rain, even though it just kept happening during the course of that game.
It would last for like 30 seconds at a pop. It was just like, they're gone.
There was I saw the picture. Were you on the field with Tug and were you invited on the field like these two?
No, we don't get a chance
hanging
to
out with players, taking pictures. Everybody's like, "Ooh, look,
it's just
I'm with
different."
Tug.
Yeah, it's just different.
It was. We were just assisting with the. I was enlisted to assist with the what is it called? The affiliates weekend.
Oh.
Yeah, so we took some, there was probably 100 different radio affiliates came in from all over, as far away as Richmond, Virginia, to Panama City Beach, Florida, and anywhere in between. And so just taking them on that tour, and they had it all set up, it was a really nice experience. Ed Kennedy, who runs our affiliate program for the Braves, which is the largest in all of broadcast media. There's not amazing. A bigger network than the Atlanta Braves Radio Network. So, yeah, man, it was cool.
It was interesting to meet a lot of the people because they're all essentially small business owners.
That's exactly right.
Yeah. And you own like a radio station in Palm Beach, Florida.
That's right.
And that's what you do.
All right. From, ones up in Gainesville to, like I said, anywhere and everywhere.
Did you sign autographs for them all?
No, ain't nobody want my autograph.
It's Tug Howard.
The Tug.
Hell,
that's all he writes there. The Tug.
The Tug.
Nobody wants my autograph, man. That would make your baseball worth less. So nobody wanted that by any means. But a cool day.
But it was so cute. Like, for instance, there was a woman who was over in basically the company booth area, and she starts asking. She's like, because I think she fancied herself as, hey, who's this Adam Duvall guy and why is he so cute? Like, his picture came up on the screen and she's like, oh, who's he?
How
and
you
what it turned into was having to explain. He's been with the team a couple different times.
Yeah.
Like, they've traded for him 2 different times. They brought him over here 3 different times. But that's what it would turn into, was like the affiliates pretty plugged in. The wives of the people within the affiliates, no idea. But they want to talk about cute baseball
but
players.
They know eye candy.
And they saw their eye candy.
They knew handsome men when they see them.
Those are nice baseball pants he's wearing.
Man, they're awful tight.
They're tight.
I wish they were tight.
You can almost see through them.
I mean, sweet lady flat out goes, ooh, who's he? I was like, okay.
Yeah.
I was like, we're on to something here.
Yeah. Tug Howard, that's Tug.
No,
he's married.
I don't wear any
Stay
tight
off.
britches, man. I'm in no kind of shape to wear tight britches. But it was a cool day. Last night, I say last night. I should probably say all weekend long. We watch so much college baseball, and it's nuts how many kids we know that are playing in these regionals and super regionals, man. I mean, it was crazy to see the amount of kids that my son has played ball with or is friends with that are playing in these regionals. It was so exciting, so cool to watch. And then Georgia ultimately wins their Athens regional, beat Georgia Tech in Athens. But, man, it was a great game. It was one of those that Tech led the entire game 5-3, and then about the 8th, Georgia ties it up, and then going into the 9th. And the crazy thing was that Tech was the home team in Athens at Foley Field. But I stayed up way too late watching that, so I'm dragging this morning, drinking it to 0F cheap. Thank y'all.
Let's go. Get ready for an exciting day. Yeah, that was exciting college baseball.
All week.
Georgia with that home run, and oh god, it was a lot of fun, man. I love watching baseball. My New York Rangers got eliminated.
I wasn't going to bring that up because I read that, but since you did,
our salesman Craig Roser and I were just going back and forth. That just wasn't our year. I mean, look, Florida's a good team. I mean, they're strong, they're big. It's hard to get through that defense. New York just didn't seem to want it at the end. I mean, they just seemed out of it. And, we had some players that all year were gangbusters and just didn't show up at the end. So it happens. Hopefully next year.
Yeah.
Sad. Yeah. Oh, well.
So one of the fun things that happened for me was I ended up, because, again, when you're at a volleyball tournament, you're there for like 10 hours at a time. So we ended up at Murph's. We ended up at Dale Murphy's,
that's
bar
a cool
and grill,
spot,
right?
man.
So we were over there at Cobb Galleria, and I ended up sitting with my friend Mike Flynn, who's the sports information director at Georgia Tech. He walks in, he's like, so do you know people at this bar? I'm like, well, we come here like, 3 times, enough. Yeah. We were able to get the Tech game on when they were playing Wilmington, and then obviously going from there. And so that was kind of cool to watch a little bit of college baseball with a guy. And as I told him, no more single-digit pitchers.
Yeah.
Got to get rid of that entirely. No more single-digit pitchers when it comes to college baseball.
What was that kid wearing 2?
Their starter was wearing, wearing number 2.
Yeah.
But as Mike told me, he's like, he plays left field as well. And I go, he looks like a left fielder.
Okay, have him change his jersey like they do in football. When you know what I'm saying?
It's just weird. You're not supposed to have a single-digit pitcher. It just looks strange.
I know. We were looking at the Braves Hall of Fame numbers. When you look up there, all the pitchers are like 47, 29, 31.
Yep.
There's no single-digit pitchers. Y'all need to get that right. I mean, we're just not going to tolerate this anymore, Georgia Tech.
Well, that's why you're a loser today.
That's the reason y'all lost right there. You had that single-digit pitcher number.
Can't change tradition.
I don't know why you would even try. I mean, what's the point?
Jeez.
Did y'all see what the tailgate was at the Georgia game yesterday with the Army team?
No.
Yes, that was pretty funny.
I didn't.
They called the dogs.
Oh, the Army team?
So Army had gotten eliminated from the tournament, and they decided to stay. And my cousin and his friends were all tailgating the game, and they said to the team, just come on with us. Come tailgate. And they ended up calling the dogs and cheering for the Bulldogs.
Yeah. Dude, Foley Field was soul slap out, too. Good Lord, damn.
You want to know what was not cool?
What's that?
So when I got over to the ball field, because again, you were in the suite, the whole time. Because I mean, you and your wife were hosting the suite for the affiliates.
I was on the field too.
Yeah. So Tug, you were doing your responsibility. That was really cool. So when we got to our seats and we sit down, I would say we got there like bottom of the first inning, and all of a sudden I start to see this mustachioed wonder saunter in.
Ooh.
And pick out his area and kind of, clean it up and make sure he looks the way he looks and make sure he ran off a couple people that were sitting in his seats.
Uh-oh.
It was Joe.
What?
I saw Joe. And I was sitting on the same row with Joe, and I just started shaking my head of like, really?
Did you push people down on the ground?
Yeah, they were in my way.
They were. There was a couple people that
Joe?
They picked out the first like 3 or 4 seats in the area.
Yeah.
And Joe comes in there and kind of gives them the, you got to go.
Wait, so this was in the seats in the stands, not in the
stands,
suite.
yeah.
Oh, so he walked down there and was like, "Let me see your ticket."
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Get up. You must
get out.
Joe gave him you got to go because these my seats.
I heard Joe actually took a beer out of the guy's hand and said, "Don't do it again. Now get out of here," and slugged that beer.
Slammed it right down. Crushed it on my forehead, too.
Exactly. I see her in my seat. Chug, smash, get out of here.
Get out of here. It's like Bugs
Good
Bunny.
for you, Joe. You know what? Don't take that from anyone.
That's right.
And then I proceeded to send pictures of Ed Kemper to his phone while I was sitting in the aisle with him during the game, and to the point where my wife apologized to Joe. She's like, "I'm sorry that my husband sends you weird stuff."
How many did you send him for her to apologize?
It was just one. I tried to do multitudes, but only one went through because it's just kind of how it is when you're in the ballpark.
Yeah, right.
I wasn't even looking at my phone. Then his wife goes, "Sorry about the text." I'm like, "Oh no, what am I gonna open my phone to?"
What have you done?
But it was just pictures of myself. So
here's like that was the one that I got to go through.
I love that.
Just like that was me from third grade.
2:17 in the afternoon. Just like, here you go, sending you a picture of Ed Kemper.
That one looks like a hip hop album cover.
It does. Ed Kemper's kind of bent down,
like in jail, bent down with his hand on the ground.
That's right. All it needs is like the text at the top,
Yeah.
Straight Outta Compton, Part 9.
Yeah.
Or whatever. That's so funny. All right. Well,
I was having to explain to everyone why he's Joe Virgin River. So my wife's cousin was with us and her husband. And
very sweet. Nice.
And of course, the fun part was they were like, "Man, Virgin River is like a terrible show." And I was like, "Yeah, but that's Joe Virgin River."
That's right.
Yeah.
He makes it.
He's a terrible human, so it works out.
I was like, he's a lot more fun than Virgin River on Netflix.
Because Virgin River on Netflix will put you to sleep. If you're looking for something to fall asleep to, it's like, you can fall asleep to golf or NASCAR or whatever. You just feel your eyes getting heavy. Flip on Virgin River. As soon as you see the very first super that says Virgin River,
you mentioned
that's
you're
it.
out.
You're
My
down.
wife would be watching it. I would go to sleep to it.
Immediately,
That's awesome.
dude. That's because it's.
I've been watching Black Holes, like on Netflix. Like it's a whole thing about black holes. And
Okay.
I've watched it 3 times and haven't made it past the first 12 minutes. So.
You know what?
You just sleep too?
Yeah,
That's
just
awesome.
straight out.
No lie, the Elon Musk SpaceX documentary that came out from 2 years ago.
Yeah.
I think it took me like 7 times to get through it.
Yeah.
I fell asleep like in the first 20 minutes every single time.
Well, look, you just talked about it, talking about fall asleep. If you're watching on YouTube, you might have just seen him yawn and be like, "Yep, I've had enough of this talk about black hole and space."
No, it's fine. I told you I was already dragging because I stayed up too late watching that Georgia game, and now I need this 0 FG to get me started. So anyway, but relatively eventful weekend for everybody. And Donald Trump, when asked about jail time, he was like, "I'm good with it."
The judge could decide to say, "Hey, house arrest or even jail." It could face what that could.
I'm okay with it. I saw one of my lawyers the other day on television saying, "Oh no, you don't want to do that to the president." I said, "You don't beg for anything. You just
you don't beg for anything.
Whatever. He knows it's already weaponized against him.
Yeah.
And in reality, you got two places he'd be under house arrest. Mar-a-Lago, which is a beautiful golf course.
Seems like a good spot.
And plenty of pools and a spa and 2 restaurants. That'd be all right.
Can you go outside?
Or Trump Towers.
Can you go outside on house arrest?
I mean, you can't leave the property, right?
But
you could go outside, can't you?
I don't know. I've never been on house arrest. I've
never had the ankle bracelet.
Yeah, I don't know what it tells you can and can't do.
I'm sure it's about property line, and there's a lot of technology now. Because when I was looking for my property line up in Hiawassee, you just do it via like app or satellite now. So I'm assuming that the ankle bracelet would stay within property line. So why would he not? Like he's probably not allowed to go in the water.
Is it like my dog's little? He's got that shot collar. It's got, we got that little invisible fence thing lined up. So if he gets too close, it's like.
Trump walks to the line, shakes his leg. He's like, oh! He's like, ah! His hair stands straight up.
It already does that.
Yeah, well, that's when the wind blows.
But also, he knows what this game is at this point.
Sure.
And remember how dedicated the communist is. The communist is looking to go ahead and put him in jail for an extended amount of time, clearly through the election, and then create a constitutional crisis when he wins.
Mm-hmm.
That's where all of this is heading. As much as we think to ourselves, well, he'll get home confinement. Okay, that gets him off the campaign trail. They'll give him a slap on the wrist because nobody goes to prison for these sort of things. We'll see.
Yeah. The funny part is, though, that the more I thought about it, him being under house arrest and them trying to take away his campaigning, I'm thinking, well, if Joe Biden can win from the basement, I guarantee Donald Trump can win from Trump Tower or Mar-a-Lago.
Or he can win from behind bars.
Yeah,
absolutely. There was something that it was crazy nutty leftist brought up with me over the weekend. He was like, can you imagine him as a convicted felon? The founding fathers never envisioned this. I'm like, the founding fathers were all treasonists.
That's right.
Yeah.
They were
committing treason, and you think at any point like, oh, I wonder if they were worried about felonies. I'm like, they were all committing treason. A whole figure.
Is treason labeled a felony?
Punishable by death.
That's exactly right, man.
Yeah, they were all criminals. Okay?
I know, right?
Yeah, when you think about Trump at Mar-a-Lago, every time he's at Mar-a-Lago, he has 1,000 to 2,000 people in audience in one of the huge convention areas, and he's doing a press conference. He's got the American flags in the background. He's got music playing. It's not going to be something that hurts him. I think it's something that energizes not only him, but a lot of us voters that go, yeah, that's it. Because I think he shored up a lot of people's support this weekend. We saw it with the money coming in, and I know we're going to talk about that later. We saw it at UFC. New Jersey.
Speaking of,
in New Jersey.
We should play that real quick.
Yeah, we got time to do it.
That's awesome. Play it, Joe.
Costa also with us tonight. 45. Being ushered in by UFC CEO Dana White. Donald Trump is in the building, and the former president getting a standing ovation from the assembled masses here at UFC 302.
That's in Blue Jersey, too.
Right.
I mean, that's not in, a red state.
Right.
It's like he's in South Dakota.
Right.
But it's New Jersey.
It reminds you of the South Bronx thing, too.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. It's that same energy and enthusiasm.
Well, that was the vibe of it. I made it a point because when the word was out that he was going to make the appearance, so I didn't buy the pay-per-view.
I almost did.
But I'm locked in because I was curious to see how it was going to play out. And so fortunately, what I didn't get to watch on television got its way onto Twitter very, very easily on Saturday night. And so that was just a fascinating watch to see the entirety of that sport give him a lot of love.
And it was one athlete after another, after winning, coming up and praying with him and holding his hand. And these are athletes that, and we've seen it before in UFC, but not like this. I mean, every single athlete, including Sean Strickland, who is one of the greatest fighters. He was really I loved it. He took the mic and he goes, President Trump, what they did to you is wrong. And like everybody erupted.
Everybody went
nuts. This is a different level. I've talked about the movement before. This movement is coming for the left, and I don't think they're prepared for it at all.
My buddy, was in my wedding, we've been buds since the 8th grade or so. He was like, any chance you watched that UFC fight last night? And gave me the fire emoji. And I was like, no, we did a big fish fry. And he was like, They love some Trump. He was like, dude broke another man's arm and then jumped the fence to say hi to Trump.
Yeah, yes. That's exactly what happened. Ripped his arm out.
That's just hysterical.
Dude gets the submission, gets the win, and his first reaction is get to 45. Get to the president. It'd be cool if he gave like all the fighters like cabinet positions. Just surrounded himself with them all the time.
Hey, dude.
Just shirtless.
Some Pentagon positions probably wouldn't hurt.
You know what
we need all the help we can
get him in the military.
You know what the wild part about this is the amount of people whenever they shake hands with them at a UFC event, it's something you have to apologize for. Here's Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, I know.
And everyone's like, oh my God, Aaron Rodgers. And Aaron Rodgers is like, yeah, that's cool.
That's right on.
He didn't
Absolutely. So crazy. This is the Morning Extra on Extra 1063. We'll be right back.
The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's Pete, and here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
Well, the students at Columbia who were involved in the Useful Idiots demonstration now have sent a demand letter to Columbia insisting that all final exams be called off and a passing grade given to every student. Why?
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
I just got over a coughing fit right before I started to tell you about central heating and air conditioning. Family health is so important. How do you get your family healthy? Well, you get your house healthy. Central heating and air conditioning can fix what ails your house and possibly your family with home ventilation and air quality products. They're doing a Christmas in July. You see, we're going to, starting this month, all the way through the end of July, anytime you sign up for a maintenance agreement, you can help Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. $10 from each new maintenance agreement will be given to Children's at the end of July. That's how we do it. So taking care of the allergy season stuff with home ventilation and air quality, getting yourself a maintenance agreement, and making sure your heating and air conditioning runs the way it's supposed to. And all the while helping out Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. How many times have you been there with your kids? I have been there countless times, and I bet you have too. So you got that, and let's say you need a new carrier system. Turn to Atlanta's carrier expert, Central Heating and Air Conditioning. If you need an entire system, they've got a great deal, and you can learn about them at centralheat.com. If you want to reach out to them today, call Chuck and his team at 770-GET-HEAT, 770-GET-HEAT.
When you're leaving the house, do you plead with your garage door? Please open, please open. Hi, I'm Dan Watkins, owner of All Four Seasons Garage and Entry Doors. Let us take that anxiety away with one quick call. Our highly trained technicians will get to the bottom of your garage door issues. It could be a simple repair, a malfunctioning opener, or maybe just needs a tune-up. But if it's time for your garage door to be replaced, we'll make that easy too with upfront pricing and free estimates. When trust matters, trust us. All the number 4 Seasons Garages.com.
No one plans on going to jail, but at A Second Chance Bail Bonds, we believe everyone deserves a second chance. That's the driving force behind everything we do. If you or a loved one has been arrested across town or across the country, you need help now. A Second Chance Bail Bonds works fast with bondsmen throughout Atlanta to help expedite release within hours. A Second Chance. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call A Second Chance 24/7 at 404-BAIL-OUT. That's 404-BAIL-OUT or online at atlbail.com.
Millions of guys suffer from erectile dysfunction. That's 1 in 4 men. And I can tell you, I'm one of them.
If you or someone you know suffer from ED, Peyronie's disease, or PE, here's 38-year emergency room doctor and founder of Total Body Therapy of Georgia, Dr. Eric Deal.
Patients who enter my office are often frustrated, hopeless, depressed, and embarrassed. I understand the problem, and I'm going to help you fix it. There are lots of competitors that don't have the credentials that I have. When you go to other clinics, you're not going to see a board-certified physician with the experience that I have. When you come to our clinic, you're going to see me. There's just not one therapy that can solve these complex issues. I'll do a complete history and physical prior to any treatment that we use. Take it from me, Dr. Deal. When it's not hard, it's really hard.
Call Dr. Deal for your free one-on-one evaluation and resolve your ED, Peyronie's, or PE issues. Total Body Therapy of Georgia, 404-777-1911, 404-777-1911, online at stopmyed.com.
Here's a sobering headline. New estimates show that more than 1 million babies were killed by abortion in 2023. That is the highest amount of abortions since 2012. The overturning of Roe has only made them more ravenous for the blood of babies. We have to fight back against this evil and stand up against it. When they say shout abortion, we should shout life. But how do we do it? Well, we join hands with Preborn, the largest pro-life organization in the country that sponsors ultrasounds for clinics in the highest abortion rate areas. When a mom is considering abortion, when she meets her baby on an ultrasound and hears the heartbeat, it doubles the baby's chance for life. By the time I finish this ad, 2 babies will have been taken by this tragedy. $28 could be the difference between life and death. Please choose life. Join the fight by sponsoring 1 or 2 or even 200 ultrasounds. All gifts are tax deductible. To donate, dial pound 250, say the keyword baby. That's pound 250, keyword baby, or go to their site, preborn.com/Beck. Preborn.com/Beck. Sponsored by Preborn.
Want weather? Grab your phone. Need traffic? Grab your phone. Conservative news and talk, also on your phone. Get the Extra 106.3 app.
Tug, Rhino, and Front Office Los on the Morning Extra at Extra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station. Glad that you're here. If you're shocked this morning, you've not been listening to this radio station or this show.
Yeah.
And that was one of the comments you saw on the YouTube channel.
Yeah, so if you want to join us on our YouTube channel, of course, at Extra 106.3, and I'm following it. Jeff Darity said, you guys are way too relaxed, and I kind of laughed and said, yeah, well, we've been doing this for 4 years, which was why the creation of Extra 106.3 came to be. We noticed that no other station, even the one that's been here for 100 years, and you see it even now when they're getting rid of a Hannity, they are going away from the truth. We want to bring the truth, so we've been used to this. We know this was coming.
Well, I appreciate you, Jeff. And
yeah, me too.
I will also tell you, because of the nature of what we have done over the last several years, and I don't pull punches on this, I tell you flat out, the Republicans hate conservatives, even more so than Democrats. Mm-hmm. And so when you have a candidate that, when it comes to legislatively, is much more conservative, because that's the thing. Donald Trump, we weren't really sure. We weren't really sure if this was just is this a Democrat who's going to act like he's Republican and then rule from this other end, and what he's going to do. And it was notably conservative until we got to 2020. But it was much more Reagan than what we saw from any other Republican. Man, being an outsider, that was hated. And so when we tell you that the reason why we're calm is because I've just gotten used to being hated.
Yeah. No,
I'm just used to it now. It's what it is.
Craziest thing ever, and we will continue this conversation. Let's bring on Brian Tyson of the Election Law Group. They focus on representing governments, candidates, and companies in election and campaign finance matters. Brian, thank you so much for taking the time to join us this morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me on.
Yes, sir. Did Donald Trump get a fair trial in New York?
You know, it's one of those things that's really hard to look at because you're in a very deep blue area. You're with, a prosecutor, and there's a lot of great prosecutors across the state of Georgia, but they have a lot of discretion about what kind of cases they bring. And I think for sure this is a case that if it had been brought, if the defendant was not named Donald Trump, this case is not being brought anywhere. But since it was brought in a very blue area by a prosecutor who stacked up the charges the way he did, I think there's a great chance of overturning it on appeal. I have great respect for the jury system, but this is not a situation where a normal person would have been convicted. This was an effort to get Donald Trump.
Brian Tyson joining us here on the Morning Extra. Let me ask you this, because we had somebody else who called in earlier and said the same thing. Why did nobody step in with when they saw what was going on in New York? Why did nobody look at Judge Merchant or anyone and say, hey, this isn't the way that this trial is supposed to be run?
Well, our legal system is built with the checks and balances kind of up the chain. And so there's a lot of discretion and a lot of respect for trial judges and for juries. That's kind of how the process works. Generally, if someone's charged with a crime, you let the process play out. And so I think what we're going to see from here is there's a lot of limited remedies in terms of dealing with the trial judge, waiting for the jury verdict. But now that all that's in, now the appeals process can begin. And you can look at some of the charging decisions the prosecutor made. You can look at kind of stuffing one crime inside of another to make it a felony. You can look at the evidentiary rulings that kept out the Federal Election Campaign Act expert Brad Smith that Judge Merchant made. These are all the things that, as the process works with the appeal, that's where you resolve it. You don't tend to resolve it before before the trials happened.
Brian Tyson is our guest on the Morning Extra, and Brian, I only play a lawyer and a doctor on the radio, but I'm not either of the two. But I want to ask you this, because as you said, stuffing a misdemeanor into a felony charge, it's still required by rule of law. Tell me what the second crime was that then push this to a felony charge. And I've yet to have one legal analyst or one person explain what the follow-up crime that Donald Trump was involved in that then pushes this to a felony.
Yeah, and that is, I think, one of the biggest questions on the appeal is the prosecution. By the end of the case, they were very cagey early on, but by the end of the case and the jury instructions, there were three possible options for what that second crime was that promoted this from a misdemeanor to a felony. One was a Federal Campaign Act violation that the U.S. Attorney and the DOJ chose not to prosecute. So that one seems questionable. One was a tax-related charge, and one was this kind of theoretical unlawful conduct of elections under New York law issue. What I think is going to be interesting on the appeal is the judge didn't require the jury to identify the underlying crime. And so we all heard a lot about the jury instructions that said, hey, y'all don't have to agree on what the other crime was. Well, in that situation, how then do you have any sort of ability to review the jury verdict if the jury didn't agree? Was it a Federal Campaign Act violation? Was it something else under state law? I think that's going to be a major vulnerability of this case going forward. If the prosecution truly wanted to pursue this, they should have picked one additional crime, proved that up, and had the jury make a finding on that. But since that didn't happen, I think it's going to be a real opportunity for reversing this decision on appeal.
Brian Tyson joining us on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. You can find him at theelectionlawyers.com. They focus on representing governments, candidates, and companies in election and campaign finance matters. Is it fair? The description you gave makes perfect sense to me. Is it fair, because I've seen it and I've said it and I hear other people saying it, to describe this trial as something that would only happen in Haiti and Venezuela, the way it came down? Is that a fair comparison?
I don't think I would go quite that far, because we still have the appellate process that reviews it. If you go to those kind of banana republic situations, you know, once you're convicted, that's kind of it. There's no opportunity for a real fair review. I have confidence that judges who are not the judge in this situation, when they look at how this case is developed and look at what the evidence that was presented and look at the legal theories, are going to say, this is not how our legal system works. So I still have faith that the appellate process is going to take care of things. That's why we have appeals, why we have additional courts above the courts that are at trial levels to review those kinds of decisions. So I don't think I would go as far as to say in this banana republic territory. It is, though, the weaponization of the legal system against political opponents, which I think is something that is going to set a dangerous precedent for all of us going forward as Americans.
Yeah, this is some King George kind of craziness that we got going on more than anything else. But let me ask you this. Should we trust the appellate court in New York, or do you think that, and you know, they might be a little bit more balanced than the obvious court that we just watched, or do you think this is going to get kicked up even further?
Well, that's one of the things that's helpful about having the appeals all the way up. You don't have to have just the appeals in New York. You also have the U.S. Supreme Court as a backstop.
Yeah.
And so even if you get to the highest court in New York, you've got an opportunity to take this all the way up. I have confidence that judges are going to do the right thing in the end. And you have plenty of people who work very hard to get this right. And I think our Supreme Court does that. The U.S. Supreme Court does that. And so even if it has to get to that level, there's still an opportunity to get this fixed and get this right.
Brian Tyson is our guest, and let me ask you about the timeline on that, because obviously we've had the Trump defense team and Donald Trump talk about how they are planning to appeal this decision, but optimistically I've heard anywhere from 2 to 3 years. How quickly can this happen when it goes to an appellate court?
So 2 to 3 years is probably about right. I mean, there's opportunities for appellate courts to expedite things as needed. But interestingly enough, one of the reasons why the Department of Justice and the U.S. Department of Justice has the guidelines if you don't do prosecutions of candidates near elections is in part for this reason. You know, you have a situation where there's not really a chance to get effective appellate review before the November election. And so ultimately, I think you are looking at a couple years. Hopefully, the New York appellate courts would speed that up. I think the U.S. Supreme Court would. But even if you go very quickly on an appellate process, you're still looking at post-November election. And if you get in a situation where the conviction is ultimately reversed, which I think is likely, then what about the charges of election interference that way? I mean, you have a jury and a judge that's convicted a presidential candidate. And then if that's later reversed on appeal, then a whole basis for President Biden's campaign kind of goes away.
Brian, let me ask you about how this affects court cases moving forward. Do you see this becoming something that happens more often in America now that this has happened once? I mean, could a trial like this happen again and again? Because it looks like it is. I mean, you got the thing in Atlanta, you got the documents thing going on. It feels like this is a new norm, and that scares me for Americans, because if it can happen to a former president in an election and during his campaign, it can happen to anybody.
Well, and I think that's exactly where we are. I think it does set a precedent, and it crosses a line that we've already seen folks from various campaigns calling for Republican prosecutors to begin investigating President Biden and his campaign in their jurisdictions. And I think the Atlanta prosecution with District Attorney Willis shows, you get one connection to a location and you can have a hook for jurisdiction. And so I'd expect you're going to see Republican prosecutors doing the same thing. I'm also curious to see when the Hunter Biden trial concludes, whatever the outcome of that is, are we going to see the same, we should accept the verdict? There's, all this, the same language happening. Hopefully we will. But at the end of the day, we're crossing into a whole new world where political opposition gets criminalized. And that's not a place we've been historically. And I think it's a dangerous path for us to go down.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt in anyone's mind that the Biden administration, Democrats in general, want to be able to use this and say, hey, you don't want to vote for a convicted felon. Do you think, though, that this will even get to a sentencing before the appeals? Obviously, the appeal needs to be filed in 30 days. Do you think we even get to that point where we get to July and they have a sentencing?
I don't think the sentencing ultimately happens in July, but I think it does happen pre-election. Now, one of the things that'll be interesting about that process is there has to be a pre-sentence report. President Trump is a low-level felony, nonviolent offender in terms of categorizing things. These are the kinds of cases that are not leading to incarceration terms. It's probation at most. So if we have a situation where he's not even being incarcerated, does that do anything? My guess is no one's vote is being changed by the outcome of the jury trial yesterday. I just think that this is baked in as much as it possibly can be to the whole election process.
Brian Tyson, our guest on the Morning Extra on Extra 1063. Make sure you check him out. The website is theelectionlawyers.com. I got one for you. Is there a way to fix lawfare? Is there a way to put America back on the right track when it comes to the way our legal system works, or is this again, I guess, the new norm? And that's the thing that scares me. How do you fix this?
Well, and I wish I had a good answer to that, because what we've also seen, even before we got to this lawfare piece on the criminal side, we've seen from the 2018 election with Stacey Abrams in Georgia and then the 2020 election, the litigation potential for elections. A campaign strategy now is you have to have a lawyer, you have to have a strategy for post-election litigation. And I don't think that's a genie we can put back in the bottle either. That's kind of become the new norm, especially in Georgia, but in any state that's close. And now moving across into this criminalization line, the only solution I see is unilateral disarmament on both sides, and there doesn't seem to be any appetite for that at this point.
Do you think they should do something about having DAs and prosecuting attorneys visiting the White House, visiting political leaders? Should there be something that says, hey, you just can't have people that are working on cases, especially if it's against a political opponent, be invited to the White House?
Well, I think that's wise, and I think that smart district attorneys already recognize that if you're going to be prosecuting, you've got to take your job seriously, number one, which we have great prosecutors in Georgia who do that, but also that you got to be careful about an appearance of a conflict of interest. I mean, we have standards for judges related to that. We have standards for district attorneys related to that. It's why Fani Willis was removed from prosecuting the lieutenant governor, was because of the appearance of conflict that she stepped into. And so I think most of all, it's going to be self-policing, but even more than that, it's taking your job seriously, the oath to the rule of law. At the end of the day, we as a country have to have the rule of law, and it can't be favoritism. If you're a prosecutor, you have to approach each case based on the facts that are before you and not based on the name of the defendant. And that, I think, is going to be the key of kind of stepping back from this political divide, but also recognizing that we elect prosecutors as partisan offices, in Georgia at least. Other states do the same thing. And so there's always going to be this tension between how you campaign, how you prosecute, but you've got to make sure you keep that lack of an appearance of a conflict of interest when you're making these charging decisions.
Brian Tyson is our guest. You can always check him out at theelectionlawyers.com. And let me make this about you. How much is what is going on in this country as an attorney, as somebody who's committed your life to this and your passion, how much does it bother you to see the rule of law get kind of, I guess the best way I can put it, like in very weird way applied because of now we're seeing the use of lawfare in this country?
It's greatly concerning to me. I mean, I became a lawyer because I care deeply about the Constitution. I care deeply about the rule of law and not of men, the principles that our country was founded on. And at the end of the day, I mean, there's a great, my favorite movie, Man for All Seasons, is about a situation in England where the guy says, I give the devil protection of law. And he does that for his own safety's sake, because at the end of the day, we have to make sure that everyone gets their rights protected by the law. And if we don't have that, that's a dangerous place for all of us to be. And having clear rules, having clear boundaries, those are all things that are critically important to making sure we have the rule of law. And it concerns me. It concerns me for my kids about where we're headed in the future. But I just have faith, hopefully, that we're going to get back in these institutions that protect the boundaries of the rule of law. And hopefully there's going to be some correctives over time when people realize, hey, we've gotten a little astray here. We need to get back to the first principles.
Brian, we appreciate your time this morning. Final thought, do you think this outcome affects any of the other Trump cases, Trump trials?
I really don't. At the end of the day, I always felt like this was the weakest of the cases against him, the most political of the cases against him. I don't see that there's really any impact on the other cases. Nothing else is really going to get to trial before November anyway. And we'll see with the ruling from the Supreme Court as well on the immunity questions that could affect this. So I don't see this case, an isolated issue involving business records in New York in 2016, 2017, really impacting any of the other cases that are out there, aside from just the public perception of this is a political effort as opposed to a legal effort. And that's the danger we have when we're stepping away from the rule of law.
Brian Tyson, theelectionlawyers.com is the website. We appreciate your time so much this morning. Thank you for your expertise.
Yeah, you're amazing.
Thanks for having me on. Appreciate y'all.
When we come back, it turns out a faulty verdict, the one we were just discussing, is good for fundraising. Next on the Morning Extra, Tug, Rhino, and Los until 10. Then Beck playing Buck, local afternoon show with the Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder. Your place to discuss the things that matter in America. We want to make this thing too big to rig. We want you to get out there and vote and encourage everybody else too. We have to. It is imperative that we do it. Next on Extra 106.3.
Hey, it's the Kimmer. Look out. The Kimmer Show is live every afternoon from 3 to 6, just like the Kimmer. Yeah, I had my chart here from the other day to show the price differences between the last week of Donald Trump and the beginning, and currently, from last week of Donald Trump to today. McDonald's McChicken was $1.29 under Trump. It's now $3.89. That's an increase of 201%. Taco Bell had their beefy 5-layer burrito was $1.69 under Trump. It's now $3.69. That's 118% increase. And let's do Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A, my friends, the medium waffle fries were $1.65. Now they're $2.99. That's 82% higher. And one more, the Chick-fil-A nuggets were $3.05. Now they're $6. That's 96% increase. Everything is up.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
As an official community partner of the Atlanta Braves and the Atlanta Braves Foundation, the Warrior Alliance connects warriors and their families to free services such as health and wellness, housing, employment, education, legal services, and so much more. We need your financial support to increase our impact and change thousands of lives for those who served in the U.S. Armed Forces. It takes more than just thank you for your service. Make a donation to help warriors navigate to success after service. Go to thewarrioralliance.org/donate and make a difference today.
Well, Michael, I want to thank you for your time, but unfortunately, we can't offer you the position.
Why?
Well, we got the results of your background check, and quite frankly, we were concerned.
About what?
Apparently, you were arrested for throwing a shopping cart at a customer?
In my defense, he had it coming.
At Horizon Background Screening, we find things that other companies don't. That's why companies that use us make smarter hiring decisions. Don't let the wrong hire put your company at risk. Get the real story on your candidates at horizonscreening.com.
Marketing is everywhere. From the billboards on the highways to the notifications on your phone,
We are constantly bombarded with people trying to sell us stuff. What makes good marketing? Are you doing enough in your life personally and professionally to market yourself? You have questions, and the Marketing Madmen have answers. Tune in every Saturday, now at 4 p.m., right here on Extra 106.3 to get practical marketing advice from expert guests who are shaping and reshaping the business world. They say marketing is a madman's game. Join the Marketing Madmen every Saturday at 4 p.m. to find out why.
Lee Brandt Jewelry and Watch Company, where quality and value make the difference. Locally owned and located in Sandy Springs, offering you the finest selection of unique diamonds, sapphires, rubies, and emerald jewelry, as well as other fine gemstones. Lee Brandt Jewelry and Watches has been servicing Rolex watches for over 30 years, and their Rolex-trained watchmaker will service your watch in their state-of-the-art Rolex service center in their store. Lee Brandt uses only genuine Rolex parts, and their estimates are free. Drop by Lee Brandt in the Trader Joe's Shopping Center in Sandy Springs or visit LeeBrandt.com.
Special Olympics Georgia is teaming up with Dunkin' Donuts for Cops on Donut Shops Friday, June 7th from 6 to 10 a.m. Join us for the torch run, then have some treats with our heroes on the streets. Together, we'll help raise money and awareness for Special Olympics Georgia athletes. Drive through and donate at participating Dunkin' Donuts today or at SpecialOlympicsGA.org.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GIFT for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's promo code GIFT.
Neil Borch here. Maybe you've already taken the steps to improve your health, maybe save your life. You're using a CPAP for your sleep apnea. I've been using one for well over 20 years. So right now, I'm here to tell you about a source for CPAPs and CPAP supplies here in the Atlanta area. CPAPs, etc. They're in Alpharetta. They have whatever you need. Roddy and Sharon are your CPAP experts, and they'll ship nationwide. More information, CPAPs.com. The
headlines remind us daily, the world is a dangerous place. The elites in charge say everything's fine, stop noticing. But you know better. And your gut knows that time is short to prepare for a world that is 4 missed meals away from chaos. My Patriot Supply has helped over 3 million families become more self-reliant and is the company Americans trust to prepare. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com and secure their best-selling 3-month emergency food kits. Each contain delicious breakfasts, lunches, and dinners, averaging over 2,000 calories per day. Secure at least one food kit for each family member. For a limited time, save $200, plus get free shipping on all their Ready Hour 3-month emergency food kits. You're not ready if it's not Ready Hour Foods. My Patriot Supply also has solar power generators, water filtration units, biomass stoves, heirloom seeds, and critical survival gear. Shop MyPatriotSupply.com today. MyPatriotSupply.com.
The Morning Extra is on till 10 a.m. and the live and local conservative talk continues on your drive home with the Kimmer Show, 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3.
I thought I was hearing front office lows pass from this life to the next.
Felt that way.
I was standing there playing Burger Time.
Wait, so you're telling me I was the attention and you were playing Burger Time?
Yeah, I couldn't have. Why do you think I lost? You know, that's because
you were worried about Lowe's?
Yes, I heard
moaning in there.
Yes, right. I'm telling you,
there was a moment when that again, thank you, Sleep Galleria, when that massage chair pushed into my shoulder blades. I think that my soul left my mouth. I went,
see? Rhino, now you know exactly what I'm talking. No wonder I lost at Burger Time. Yeah. I couldn't get the last bun to fall.
No. It was very distracting. And if you would just keep your pain to yourself, Carlos.
That's right.
Tug was on a roll.
I could have put my name in there.
He's already got his name in Pac-Man, Miss Pac-Man.
No.
Miss Pac-Man.
No, it is Pac-Man.
Oh, it is Pac-Man.
But no, it doesn't allow you. There's no place to. I got the high score.
And you got the perfect name, like everybody knows. T-U-G.
Exactly.
Simple.
Okay, well,
it's like 80's perfect.
Okay,
you only got 3 letters.
But you'd have to be smarter than the machine, because on Burger Time, I did get to put, even though Lowe's distracted me, I could have went further. I had the 4th greatest of all time score.
Oh.
And now my initials are JBL.
JBL?
I don't know. I was trying to put Tug, and apparently
But you were way off.
I know, but I thought it was above the letter. apparently it's below the letter, so I was putting in the wrong one, and you can't go back. It's not like there's an undo.
I'm trying to put in Lamont.
Yeah, no, that's too big.
You went with B.
Yeah, so
Yeah, well, you got the L part.
But yeah, I apologize because
You should.
when that machine started pushing on my shoulder blade area, everything was fine, and then it turned into me going, oh!
I'm telling you, man, I didn't know what was happening.
Yeah.
I thought he could die.
Thought it was done.
I thought he was dead.
It was like it almost hit like some weird nerve, and my entire body went, that's where the pain is.
Like me and Rhino, we carrying caskets next week.
Yes.
Yeah. I hope you'd have us as your pallbearers.
Yeah.
Well,
put me in the back so it looks like a lowrider, though.
Just that one corner.
Yeah, just the short guy in the corner.
Like those people down in Florida. Have you seen the trucks down in Florida?
They got a donut on their car?
Well, that too, yes. But no, I'm talking about how they, you know how like some trucks, they jack them up. This one, they lower the back.
Yeah.
And they've been doing it since the 80s, and it looks awful. But that's the way it would look. It would
put me and Matt Lear in the back.
Well, Rhino's going to be in a side seater. Okay.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Here's Tug, and there'll be a little sidecar that he'll be riding in with, and obviously goggles and a helmet with a spear on top.
I want to ride in the sidecar.
We can switch.
You don't have to put any work. It's kind of nice, isn't it?
The sidecar is awesome.
Oh, yeah.
But you still get the rush of, I feel like I'm on the
open road. Yeah.
The sidecar is cool because you could put like a little 6-pack cooler in front of your legs and then just pop some beers while the other person's driving.
Exactly right. I feel like you've done that before.
Yeah, maybe.
Why do I feel like that's from experience you're speaking?
I find that kayaks and paddle boards and
no matter the vehicle and what it is, I will find you a place for a 6-pack.
I find a place for a 6-pack.
My man. Morning Xtra, Xtra 106.3. Apparently, getting convicted on flimsy charges is hella good for raising money, like $58.5 billion or something crazy like that. That's a huge number.
If that's the number, and again, that was the report over the weekend, then Eric Trump took to the airwaves yesterday, and he flat out told everybody they've gotten a bunch of small donations and that they're now going to approach the $200 million range.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Say that number again.
200 million is what they are approaching.
That's
what? Yeah, the last I heard was 58 million.
Yeah, it kept moving.
Hang on, and it just overnight we got the 200 million.
Eric Trump reveals that the Trump campaign has raised 200 million since he was convicted in New York City.
Good God!
Says in terms of small dollars, they're well over 70 million. If you add in the large donations as well, which we got all those tech billionaires that started saying, "Here's 300,000, here's this."
Hell, those guys
$200 million is what they're looking at. So it's not just the little guy who's saying, "Here's my $20." It's also the big guys going, "Here's my $200,000."
Yeah, you saw a lot of big donors, especially business owners and corporate heads donating. What we saw after Friday was the market drop a lot, and that just kind of tells you that business realizes, hey, if Donald Trump is convicted, we were hoping that he'd be president and set the economy back in the correct direction. So these people were donating, and it kept moving and moving and moving. I saw 58 million, then I kept seeing it go up and up and up. But this is what the American people see. I find it funny, too, because remember Democrats when after the E. Jean Carroll were like, he's broke. He keeps getting stronger and stronger. He keeps getting more and more money, and the left will not be able to handle all of this. And they're already lost. They think, okay, we got him now. He can't campaign. Yes, he can. Oh, we got him now. He's got no money. Yes, he does. Everybody is reaching in to make sure that they put money behind the man they want to be president.
But also, Los, it's spilling over into House and Senate seats, too, because
yes, it is.
The Republicans as a party are seeing this influx of cash all of a sudden because I think people are terrified of what happened. But then on top of that, I think that people just feel like this is a tragedy, and Democrats are, they're hunkered down, right? They're not changing their mind. But independents, where the ones that you have to win, the Republicans are staying Trump, the Democrats are staying Biden and whatever. But the independents that everybody needs are all leaning Trump.
Two things. One, after Trump had his mugshot here in Atlanta, it was $4 million. Okay, so we've gone way beyond that. But I think about people like Jeff Criswell, who was a guest, running for Georgia 6th, and he basically made the point, I'm going to win because after what they're done with Trump, there's going to be this avalanche, and it'll be all down ballot. Everyone's going to benefit from it. And if it's just that we're talking about fundraising and interest, it looks like people down ballot are all going to get the benefit of it.
Yeah, no, it's a good spot to be, man. If you're the down ballot guy like Jeff Criswell, who got that Vivek Ramaswamy endorsement, man, can you imagine if he were to upset Lucy McBath?
Yeah.
Good Lord. I mean, and he's confident of it.
Well, he should be, and I love that he was confident because there's a part of me that goes, "There's no way Jeff can win this without having that kind of money behind him or having that endorsement." Well, I'm glad he got the endorsement. I'm glad that he's got some momentum. He is able to really say, "Hey, these are conservative policies. These are things that we need." And I like Jeff. I think he's a really, really brilliant guy, and I think he'll bring a lot to the 6th district. So I hope that pushes. Lucy McBath is a tough person. Yeah. She's a tough opponent. She's already looking to say, hey, I might run for governor in 2026. So she might already see the writing on the wall, but this is down ballot. This is important. And that's why we talk local all the time and making sure that we're voting local and paying attention to these races. And I think this Trump victory, or because I'm calling it a victory, he's winning on all this. I think it'll translate down.
$200 million in the span of what? We're talking like 96 hours.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
Boy, Fonnie Willis.
Yeah.
Come after me. I need some cash.
So you wish
I don't think I'll get that back. Yeah. I don't think I get the backing that Trump did. Rhino?
I
let him rot in jail.
I disagree. We would start our own campaign.
Oh, that'd be
Free
fun.
Rhino.
All right.
That's what we would do. We were not going to let you rot in jail. No, sir. This is the Morning Extra. Tug, Rhino, and Los until 10. No one is above the law, says the man who's defying the Supreme Court right now. So, I mean, it's absurd, but we'll talk about it because you're going to roll your eyes and laugh. I mean, it's the only thing you can do at this point. Got a Fox News update and then more of the Morning Extra.
The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's Pete, and here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
Well, the students at Columbia who were involved in the Useful Idiots demonstration now have sent a demand letter to Columbia insisting that all final exams be called off and a passing grade given to every student. Why?
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
Summer has arrived and the month of June is jam-packed with great baseball and fun at Truist Park. The Atlanta Braves have 2 amazing matchups coming up, including the Tampa Bay Rays June 14th through the 16th, followed by the Detroit Tigers June 17th through the 19th. On Friday, June 14th, the Braves will honor Flag Day and the U.S. Army's birthday with a special theme night and pregame ceremony. And after the game, the sky above Truist Park lights up with the #1 rated fireworks show in the Southeast.
Swung on and rocked down the left field line. Rolling down the line all the way to the wall. Braves will take the lead. 2-1 Atlanta here in the 4th.
The fun continues through the weekend with live entertainment before the game in the Battery Atlanta Plaza on Saturday. Plus, there's a kids softball bow giveaway on Sunday the 16th and the belt bag giveaway presented by Truist on the 17th. Visit Braves.com/promos to find all of the details and to purchase your tickets. Atlanta Braves Baseball. We are Braves Country.
Tax season can be stressful, but it's also a wake-up call. It's time to think beyond April and plan for your future. At Master Plan Retirement Consultants, we're not just advisors, we're your partners in building a secure retirement. At Master Plan Retirement Consultants, we understand the challenges Georgians face. That's why we offer personalized strategies to maximize your retirement income, minimize taxes, and ensure you never outlive your assets. Join the Master Plan family and let us guide you through every financial milestone. Visit masterplanretire.com to schedule your appointment today. Master Plan Retirement Consultants, where your journey and destination are both important. Visit masterplanretire.com to schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Advisory services offered through Master Plan Retirement Consultants, Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates, Inc., DBA Master Plan Retirement Consultants. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
Hey Atlanta, it's Ben, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Peach State Pride. Each and every weekend, we bring you all the issues going on around the globe and what America's ultimate role is in order to drive our agenda forward as conservatives. And if you ever miss an episode, you can download everything I've ever done on Apple, Spotify, or you can go to the podcast park. See you around, Atlanta.
Hey fans, summer is here and you know what that means. Exterior painting season. At Atlanta Painting Company, this summer, save 10% off of all exterior projects and get a free color consultation. We understand how valuable your home is, so protect your investment with our industry-leading warranty and unmatched customer service. Don't just take our word for it. We have over 900 Google reviews telling you why we're the painters you can trust. Ready to get started? Visit us online at atlantapaintingcompany.com to schedule your free home consultation. The Atlanta Painting Company, the painters you can trust.
Hey Atlanta, it's Mark from the Safe House. And now, the security riddle of the day. What's less secure than a fake safe from a furniture or big box store? Joe Biden's fake border policy, of course. But hey, there is good news. This time next year, Joe Biden will not be president. So drop by Atlanta Safe House and check out the largest selection of safes in the Southeast. Build a wall around your valuables with a safe from the Safe House. We have certified delivery crews to install your safe. With over 30 years in the safe business, the Safe House is the place to buy safe in Georgia. So go to atlantasafehouse.com.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. This hour is presented by Van Sant Law, vansantlaw.com.
Face Off with Fauci. I'm Chris Foster, Fox News. Dr. Anthony Fauci will be back on Capitol Hill today for a public hearing starting at 10 Eastern about COVID-19, its origins, and the federal government response.
The House subcommittee investigating the COVID-19 pandemic asking Dr. Anthony Fauci to turn over private emails and cell phone records related to the Wuhan Institute of Virology and EcoHealth. Transcripts released Friday from a 2-day closed-door interview show lawmakers pressing the former National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases about the lab leak theory, with Dr. Fauci replying he has a completely open mind that it could be either a lab leak or a natural occurrence, but adding, if you look at the scientific data, I think the probability weighs much more heavily toward it being a natural occurrence. This, part of a probe into the origins of the virus, GOP lawmakers allege has unveiled efforts to evade public transparency. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
Jury selection starts today for the president's son Hunter Biden's federal gun trial in Delaware. He's accused of lying about his illegal drug use when he bought a gun he ended up owning for 11 days. He spent this past weekend with his father in Delaware. Police in Akron, Ohio are looking for suspects in the shooting of 25 people, one of them killed, on a street where officers had earlier been called to break up a birthday party of more than 200 people.
They were called back around midnight after reports of gunshots.
We recovered 2 handguns at the scene. Based on the layout of the spent shell casing, it appears consistent with someone driving by shooting out of a car. We believe that some individuals at the party may have returned fire based on physical evidence at the scene.
Akron Police Chief Brian Harding says a 27-year-old male is dead. 2 victims are in critical condition. Kathleen Maloney, Fox News.
Texas House Democrat Sheila Jackson Lee says she's undergoing treatment for pancreatic cancer and will likely be absent from Congress from time to time. America's listening to Fox News.
Well, the weather's warming up and summer's just around the corner. Everyone has a favorite outdoor activity: golf, bike riding, bird watching, long walks. Ask 100 people, you'll get 100 answers. But if everyday aches and pains are keeping you on the sidelines, I have one answer: Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free daily supplement that helps your body fight pain naturally. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients. It doesn't just mask pain, it helps reduce or even eliminate it. Wherever you're hurting, back, neck, joints, or muscles, in 3 weeks or less, you'll start to feel the difference all day, every day. So whatever you like to do, swimming, pickleball, hanging out in the garden, Relief Factor can help you feel good again and let you enjoy all your favorite outdoor activities all summer long. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF and save on your first order. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Fight pain naturally with Relief Factor.
It took 100 years, but finally there's a conservative voice you can trust. Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
We were just talking about our favorite meals. And I said my favorite is a casserole. I like a casserole no matter what kind of casserole it is. That is my favorite thing to eat. I just love it because the food's
Mama?
all Mama.
Will you make casserole?
Yes, I'm telling
What's
you.
like your favorite kind of casserole though?
The breakfast casserole.
The breakfast casserole.
God,
those are
so good.
Mom, will you put mayonnaise in there?
No. Oh, no, I'd
No
never ask
mayo.
that.
Although mayo does go well with certain breakfasts.
I know.
Like I like eggs and hot sauce, mayo.
Mom,
and
will you
cheese.
put it on a biscuit?
With a chicken biscuit. No, only Rhino does. You're the only person I've ever met or heard of. Like, this is the most unique quality.
Stephanie, our friend that listens every morning right here on
up and
Extra
coming.
Ones, she eats mayo on her chicken biscuit. She told me.
I don't think less of her.
She weird then too.
It's just weird, yeah. She's also weird.
Like we all have like our weird proclivity, like our thing. Rhino's just happens to be like mayo on things that are unusual for mayo. But
Like
if
a
he likes it,
chicken
he likes
biscuit.
it.
But like every chicken sandwich I've ever had has mayo on it. It's like chicken, cheese, lettuce, tomato, mayo.
Yeah, you're not wrong, but it is weird.
But what else when it comes to, because he's right, what else when it comes to the time of day and the way it's prepared suddenly doesn't require mayo in your mind?
Yeah.
Because I don't know
can't think of
ever
anything
having
else.
like a chicken sandwich and not been like, I want some mayo on that thing.
Yeah, see, I never have. I always say no mayo because I don't like mayo. Though, to begin with.
I mean, you're weird.
I know.
You're
Well,
not
I know.
American.
Although my wife,
they sex the mayo out of you when you were in the Navy.
That's right. My
I
wife
don't want no more mayo.
made a fresh coleslaw because we cooked up a whole bunch of fish that we brought home from PCB over the weekend. And my wife made up this really delicious coleslaw. And it was kind of a light mayo in there, and I loved it, man. I ate a ton of it. So
See?
maybe I'm developing the taste. I don't know. Maybe
You
it's
can't
something.
over mayo. That's the biggest problem. People over mayo. Now I do over mayo on my chicken biscuit. I admit
Right.
that.
I've seen you.
Yeah.
I mean, that
oh
thing
man, I'll
is
put 2
slathered
packs
up.
on it. I
Yeah.
don't know why. I love it. But you can't over mayo. Otherwise, you do kind of ruin the flavor.
I think so too.
So my wife and I decided that because we were, finishing up in the battery, we decided to go over to Feast, and we went over to get drunken noodles and take them home with us. And we were kind of daring one another. It's like, well, how hot do you want it? We decided, let's go Thai hot.
Real hot.
Yeah.
Thai hot.
Yeah.
And if I guess it's what's a Schofield ranking. So it's like a 100,000.
Oh, God. That seems like
man, you want to talk about like throwing stuff on? Like by the time you throw on whatever they throw on there, mayo is like your best friend.
Yeah, right. Anything to cool it
Because the
down.
other stuff is like, oh my God.
I can't feel my face.
That's why sriracha mayo is so good.
See, I never had that because I'm always.
Do you like sriracha?
I love sriracha.
You might like the sriracha mayo. It doesn't have the mayo flavor.
Okay.
It's more of a sriracha flavor. It just kind of adds a creaminess to it, which is kind of nice.
Y'all, this happened in Arkansas, but it may as well have been in Dalton, Georgia, and it may as well have been somebody I was related to. A woman gave birth in the bathroom at the Golden Corral, and it gets better. She didn't even know she was pregnant.
My sister went around and looked in the toilet. She's like, I ain't never seen nothing like it. It's a baby. They were clapping when she came out on the stretcher. Everybody want to see the Golden Corral baby.
The Golden Corral baby.
I know that you have a hard time believing this. I will just tell you from personal experience. I know someone this happened to. She only put on like 12 pounds.
Yeah.
She thought that she just put on weight. And then before you know it, she went into labor and had a baby.
Yeah, this has happened in high schools and bathrooms all the time. Like it's amazing.
I struggle to believe it.
I do too. Like I guess you're just so out of touch with your body that you don't realize like something's growing. You don't feel it. You don't feel it kicking, anything. I mean, I guess I'm not going to say anything about this person, but sometimes when you're overweight, you don't know that, hey, there's some things moving in my stomach. You think, hey, maybe I just ate bad Golden Corral.
Yeah,
So
maybe.
for in my case, this was my brother-in-law's at the time college girlfriend. Now they had broken off, but she was not a big girl. And so her putting on 10 or 12 pounds was not a crazy number. It was like, oh, I guess she's going stress eating over a breakup. It wasn't his kid, but this did happen where she had to go to the hospital, and they're like, ma'am, you're pregnant, and like decently along. She ended up having that baby.
Goodness gracious.
Wild.
I'm blown away by it.
Yeah, but
This
she
woman-
went to like go to the bathroom and like looked in the toilet and I was like, something's crying.
Well, don't you think you would notice that for some reason, hey, where's my period been?
Well, that and
Yeah.
Like there's a certain amount of denial that has to be going on.
I think
right?
so too. And then the whole passing of the baby, right? I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, they're, you know what I mean? It's just two different. I'm trying to be polite, as polite as I can. I mean, there's two different. If you
but you hear the stories of who this happens to, and I will flat out say, 9 times out of 10, I'm like, you're in denial, you're being a weirdo, you're doing this for some sort of media attention. Except I know the 1 out of 10.
Yeah, because you met them. The American Pregnancy Association calls this
by the way, I was in the room when my brother-in-law got the phone call telling him about it.
Yeah.
Holy cow.
He was like, what?
It's called a cryptic pregnancy, according to the American Pregnancy Association. Can give birth without even knowing she's pregnant.
Yeah.
That just seems impossible.
Now, I definitely would take advantage of this if I were her. I would name the child, whether a boy or girl. If it's a girl, call her Coral.
Yeah.
If it's a boy, call him Carl. Like, you know, like in Walking Dead. Carl. Get some bonus money. Golden Corral should be like, hey, we have a golden baby.
We got an NIL deal.
It should have a lifetime free buffet.
Oh, my gosh. I would sign up for
Or at least be able to use the bathroom at any Golden Corral in the
no matter if you're eating there or not.
Yeah,
even if
I'd
you
be
just
like,
have
he
to
was
pull
born in a toilet.
Exactly. But what do you want? Yeah,
I don't want to be born in a toilet.
No, I don't either.
Well,
I guess I'm not. But
y'all both managed to avoid that.
Yeah, well, thank God.
Yeah.
Or a porta potty baby? That's the worst.
Unless you live in Houston.
Blue baby?
6 pounds was the baby. Just a healthy baby. The lady's grandmother, Tavia was her name that had the baby, but her grandmother, Tamika, said it's like nothing I've ever seen before.
Well, it's a baby, yes. I've seen them.
Well, no, but I think probably just the whole process. I think the end result, we've all seen it. The fact that no one had any idea.
Good thing they didn't grab a plunger thinking it was something else, too.
Oh, my Lord. What a crazy story. I'd never in a million years.
The baby's okay, though.
Yeah.
The baby's doing great.
Just fine.
That's awesome.
6-pound baby. That's what I'm saying.
That's awesome.
You talked about not gaining much weight, but a 6-pound, that's like a regular healthy size baby, isn't it? I mean, that's pretty average.
Got the phone call.
That's
brother-in-law got up from the table, comes back, and he says, hey, y'all remember her name? It's like, she just had a baby. We're like, what?
Oh.
I mean, they'd been broken up for 10, 11 months.
Was it his?
No.
Oh, okay. Got it.
No.
Because that was the other thing. Yeah. Ooh.
But that also, there's somebody else. Now I'm thinking about it. Now there's another one.
Hold up, you know 2?
There's 2. Yes, I totally forgot about one of our family friend. In fact, I'll bring up their pictures. The very first child that they had, it was the same thing where he got the phone call and was like, hey, so-and-so is having a baby.
Yeah.
And sure enough, their first child is this exact scenario where she didn't put on much weight and just, here's what happened.
There was a famous story, I believe, if I remember correctly, about a girl who was at her prom who went to the bathroom, had the baby, didn't know, and then didn't handle it very well, apparently. But I believe she might have even faced prison time for what she did after the baby was born in the toilet. She went back and said, hey, I'm going to go ahead and finish and have a great prom.
Good Lord, yeah, that's great. Now, I did tell you about the time that I was going to get married to my high school girlfriend, and her mama called me and said, you can't get married to her. She's pregnant and it ain't yours. That's the craziest story.
Boy, talk about wiping your brow and going.
That's right. I went to that woman's funeral. I mean, I was already married, and I had explained to my wife what had happened, and obviously we're blown away by the story. Everybody that I tell is blown away by it, including me. And I was like, I have to go to this woman's funeral. Like, if I have to go pay my respects. She changed the course of my life.
Yeah.
By telling me the truth.
Yeah.
And I did. I went and paid my respects.
Tug was trying to figure a way out. He's like, well, I'm in the Navy, and there are a lot of guys here, so I can't be with her anyway.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly right.
I got options now.
I got options.
I don't need you.
5,000 options
that's
here.
That's right. I don't need you. No more.
Boy, what a life that would have been. Like, you ever look back and just go, man, how old that kid would have been today?
Yeah. I guess that would have been probably 4 years, so... Yeah, like 24, 25 years old.
It'd be like...
Yeah, it's nuts.
Could be Joe.
Hey, Dad? Oh, dear God, please.
I want a DNA test today.
It's going to be Maury Povich.
I'll take the blood.
You are
Not the father.
Oh, thank you, Jesus. Thank the Lord. Tug, Rhino, and Los until 10 on the Morning Extra. No one is above the law.
Supreme Court blocked me from relieving student debt, but they didn't stop me. So far, I've relieved student debt for nearly 5 million Americans.
So,
a significant number are black borrowers. So you can chase your dreams, start a family, buy your first home, start a business, and so much more.
And I'll pay for it.
I mean, actually, I'll make everybody else pay for it.
Yeah, you all pay for it.
But the interesting thing is, the reason I bring that up, because that cut was a few days prior to the verdict of Donald Trump. And remember, the day of the verdict, he tweeted out, "No one is above the law." Mm-hmm. And then I was like, well, wait a minute.
Did he?
You're above the law. You just said the Supreme Court blocked me, but I didn't let that stop me. So you, sir, are above the law.
Well, your whole administration has tried to play above the law the entire time. You've tried to remove another candidate, your rival in this case, off ballots. You've done everything. You've tried to take away the Second Amendment right for so many Americans. All they've done is above the law. Well, and let's not even talk about that. Let's go to, in 2017 when you said, yeah, I returned all the documents, all the classified documents, only to find out, obviously, in 2022 that, no, there's still some in your garage. You've been above the law the entire time, and you continue that. But it's not about them. It's about their enemies that can't be above the law. And I don't think that Donald Trump is above the law. I think that he was politically persecuted.
No, that's 100% correct. And with the whole documents thing, the fact that he couldn't be prosecuted because he was too old and feeble, according to Special Counsel Hur.
You're so close to death that you're not going to prosecute.
But that, which is correct, yes, Los. But at the same time, it says you actually are above the law. Now, for being old or being feeble, whatever the reason is, but Special Counsel Hur says I can't prosecute you because people will find you.
There's a
unable to be prosecuted.
There's a reason why, and you can go back in history and look at this. Look at the big mob trials. All the old mobsters always show up in wheelchairs and on oxygen.
Right.
Because their belief was if we look feeble, we cannot be seen as dangerous and deadly as we are. This man's both of those too, and he's a moron.
And he's the most powerful moron in the world. I mean, everybody's life's in danger because of it.
But and again, let's get those tapes. Because apparently the tapes are so ruinous to him.
They're so damning that they are fighting. Because CNN and several other conservative outlets have filed suit against the federal judge or federal government to get a hold of those recordings of Joe Biden's interview. And the example they use, or the reasoning they use that they can't be released, is because they're afraid they'll be used in AI deepfakes.
I saw all this.
Are you kidding me? How many decades of audio do we have from Joe Biden talking? We don't need that to make a deep fake.
No, here's the deal. Before it becomes a deep fake, because yes, will people take that and make something out of it? Yeah, but they can do that right now. Right. You can get Robert Hur's testimony, and you could go ahead and make an AI. There's plenty of President Biden just babbling around that you can make a good AI. Why not just go ahead and say, hey, listen, we're the only ones who have access to this. We're not guilty of anything. Let me go ahead and show you. Or everything they said, or Republicans said about this tape is a lie. We'll go ahead. We're going to get it, and we'll release it. But then again, they're the ones who would be guilty of the AI to change the wording. We'll be like, that's not really what was said. That to me is not such a big deal. I'd love to see it, but everybody already knows he's too old to continue to run. So I don't think that's going to really make much of a change. I would like to see more about the documents. But again, he's going away, and I think the Democrats are even putting him away at this point. And when it comes to student loans, this is the distraction too. Don't forget what he said that was so important. For blacks, for blacks, for blacks. He's pandering to that group again in this. 5 million people. Nobody's really had their student loan debt done. And these are only private and small colleges that they went after, Los.
Oh, it's just transferred.
Yeah.
That's essentially what happens. People are still going to get their money. It's just not coming from this group of people. And again,
It's coming from you and I.
It's hypothetical because all of this stuff, when it gets challenged in court, it all goes away.
It's going to go away.
Every single time it goes away.
Thank God. Morning Extra and Extra 1063, the 7 o'clock hour is brought to you by Van Sant Law. If you're in an accident, make the right call, vansantlaw.com.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
All right, here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Monday, June 3rd. 2 major water main breaks crippled the city of Atlanta over the weekend. Many restaurants, homes, and even hospitals had to go without water, including Grady and Emory hospitals. Although water has been restored to those facilities as of last night, customers in Northwest Atlanta continue to be without water. Hartsfield-Jackson Airport also suffered an outage, although it was not related to the water main breaks in the city. Power at the busy airport was knocked out after an airline contractor drilled into a power line. After an hour, power was restored and all impacted gates and concessionaires are now operational. 3 people in DeKalb County were found with gunshot wounds outside an adult establishment early Sunday. DeKalb County police confirmed that 8 people were shot in total outside Pinup's Strip Club. Police believe 2 of those shot are suspects and will be transferred to the DeKalb County Jail upon release from the hospital. It's not clear at this time what led to the shooting. And in sports, Sean Murphy drove in the go-ahead run with a bloop double in the 7th inning to give the Braves a 3-1 win over the Oakland Athletics and a much-needed series win. The Braves will take the day off today before they head to Boston to take on the Red Sox tomorrow night.
Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra until 10. The gotcha question about Trump was asked this weekend, and it was handled perfectly. We'll explain it next and tell you what we're talking about and who was so good and so crafty on the spot. After a quick break on Extra 1063, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station.
Atlanta radio legends collide on Extra 1063. The legend Neil Bortz is live every week with Atlanta legend The Kimmer. Because when you get these 2 guys together, who knows where we'll end up?
I am shocked. Shocked. Well, not that shocked.
The Kimmer is live on your drive home every weekday afternoon from 3 to 6. And now Neil Bortz joins this show every week. And if you miss it, catch up anytime on the Extra 1063 app.
Extra 1063 listeners are falling in love with Nucky's Hoagies in Roswell.
Me and my wife now find our favorite sandwich place. That food over there was great.
Yeah, those rolls are so soft and sweet. I mean, it was just melt in your mouth. It was, and the steak was tender and juicy and flavorful. I can't say enough about it. It was very, very impressive.
It was so good.
Make Nucky's Hoagies in Roswell on Woodstock Road your new favorite spot for lunch or dinner. Nucky'sHoagies.com.
This is Dan Watkins with All 4 Seasons. We've always been Atlanta's best at installing and servicing garage and entry doors, but you would be surprised at how many windows we've installed as well. So we're proud to announce a new division, All 4 Seasons Windows. We now have the ability to make sure every opening in your house is safe, energy efficient, and looks darn good. So give us a call today to schedule your free sales consultation. Find out how you can decrease your energy bills and increase the beauty and value of your home with All 4 Seasons garage, entry doors, and windows.
As an official community partner of the Atlanta Braves and the Atlanta Braves Foundation, the Warrior Alliance connects warriors and their families to free services such as health and wellness, housing, employment, education, legal services, and so much more. We need your financial support to increase our impact and change thousands of lives for those who served in the U.S. Armed Forces. It takes more than just thank you for your service. Make a donation to help warriors navigate to success after service. Go to thewarrioralliance.org/donate and make a difference today.
Get ready for Real Talk on the Janelle King Show, where we tackle kitchen table topics that are banned from family gatherings, but crucial for a strong republic. Tune in every Saturday at 3 p.m. and every Sunday for an encore episode at 9 a.m. And if you can catch us live, great. But if not, no worries. New podcasts drop every Tuesday on the Podcast Park right here on Extra 106.3 or wherever you get your podcast. Join us for insightful conversations that matter.
on this episode of The Real Houses of Atlanta.
Whoa, Bobby, what's going on?
Well, now that I'm the HOA president, I'm going to start cracking down on the neighborhood.
With a sledgehammer?
Oh, look, this place is looking rough, and nobody's moving right now either. So I'm telling the neighbors it's time to fix up the homes they have.
And what do you suggest?
Well, I'm telling everybody on the block about Exovations. They're right here, and they can get your house the facelift it needs. We're talking new siding, roofing, windows, doors, decks, even porches, patios, and porticos. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to start with Jim next door. Hey, Jimmy, you got a window out. Check the bylaws.
Hi, this is Candace with Exovations, and have I got a tip for you. Avoid an HOA headache and let us give your home the facelift it needs. We'll introduce you to our ExoVision, our very own architectural design that allows you to envision your home's transformation before you even start the project. Ready for your on-time, on-budget, and stress-free renovation? Visit exovations.com and book your consultation today.
Start your day with live and local conservative talk with Tug, Rhino, and Carlos Medina on the Morning Xtra on Xtra 106.3.
We all know how bad the USPS is. And I don't say that with any joy, but even John Ossoff, I mean, for as little as he's done as a senator in Georgia, that's been some of the focus is, we got to fix the post office.
Yeah, dude, just going down here yelling at people, really, more than anything else.
But it looks like he's doing something.
This
That's the goal,
a huge
right?
problem.
It is.
It's bad. That Palmetto sorting facility is garbage. But once again, this just shows, instead of Ossoff saying, let's fix this because you guys are so bad that you're only delivering mail 36% of the time, what John Ossoff should be saying is, this is why the federal government has no business doing business. We should allow FedEx, we should allow UPS to take over. Let's privatize this industry instead of using taxpayer money to put into the Postal Service, and these people can't get the job done. That's what it should be doing.
That simple as well. Now, I will say, we're Amazon Prime users, and usually we have no issue with Prime. Man, when they said it's going to be there in 2 days, it's there in 2 days. Or whatever
they showed up last night at my house, late night delivery, because same day delivery, got what we wanted to get. We got a little cover for our TV. It was perfect.
Right, most of the time it is. This one time, there is. Amazon is actually apologizing after a video shows one of their delivery drivers delivering a package to a home that was on fire.
It's a little disturbing to know that this could have been prevented. If you see a fire, maybe call 911 or the fire department before you go on to your next delivery. The customer service lady said, I spoke to 2 managers and they're not willing to take your call because it wasn't their fault with the fire. And again, it wasn't to place blame. It was really more of an educational piece. Like, hey, maybe you can use this information to teach your drivers a little bit better too. If you see something, say something, especially a fire.
All right, so who is that person who's speaking?
That is the homeowner.
The homeowner?
Peter Ricardo.
Well, Peter, it's your fault, dude. All right, I'm just looking to keep it moving. I don't know why your house decided to catch on fire. I don't know what you know what?
Bro, maybe you lit it.
Maybe, just maybe, Pete, you should take care of, let's say, the lint in your dryer. It's not my job once I'm delivering packages to then stop and let you know your house is on fire. I got places I got to drop stuff off.
That's a pretty good Samaritan kind of thing to do. Hey, dude, your house is on fire. I mean,
but you don't have time
I think
for that.
It's probably a good idea.
Well, okay, here's what happens.
Maybe you save somebody's life. I don't know.
But here's the problem. I get involved. Pete, who's the arsonist, who's trying to burn down his own house for God knows what, trying to kill his wife, maybe trying
I'm tied up in court.
Now I'm the one who's now involved with Pete's crime, and you don't know what Pete's going to do to me when I stop his house from being on fire.
That's insane.
It's all my insurance money,
That
dude.
sounds crazy.
Pete's already thinking to himself, I'm going to collect on all this insurance money. I'm going to, like what your wife thinks about doing. She thinks about burning down your house so you can downsize. I don't want to get in the way of that.
Right. And Jeff, you know what? Maybe it's your responsibility to have some kind of system like ADP or one of those that if it's on fire, they call the police. Amazon's got to stay. We're seeing what's going on with the Postal Service. They're not getting things out on time, not getting things done. I would be very upset if I didn't get my TV screen cover yesterday because they decided to stop and become a part of the news and then have to wait and get the police there and the fire. Yeah, I saw the fire. No, I want my TV screen.
How about just calling 911 when you see something?
I mean, probably the nice way to do
That's
it.
probably the right thing.
Like if you saw like somebody like run over in the street, you just go, "Oh man, I got a delivery. Sorry,
Yeah, sorry, man.
Got to back up and go around you."
Yeah, exactly. Right around the dead body.
I'm kind of on Carlos's side though.
No, but you can't play the middle. You got to choose your side, man.
I mean, I got to be the nice guy in this. I think I'd make the phone call.
Yeah, it's 911. Hey, man, I was trying to deliver this package with the damn house is on fire.
As I move on to my next stop, it might be a phone call. Hey,
It should be, yeah. Maybe when you notice the fire, it should be a phone call. That way nobody in the house dies.
But at the same time, I realize, listen, somebody needs like their bag of kibble that I got in the bag. Somebody needs
Y'all
their cover for their TV.
Y'all are stretching here, man. You're stretching.
I'm not stretching. I'm just telling you, I mind my own business. I mind my own business. If your house is on fire, I'm going to be like, tell your house is on fire. But I got to keep it moving, man.
Maybe the delivery was fire extinguisher. She's like, I did my part. Now get it out. Put it out.
Who would know? Because the damn house burned down, so you don't know what was delivered.
How mad would you be if like she just threw it into the fire?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
here's your delivery.
They did set it right,
right in the front.
Right on the front.
Like,
right
wow, it's hot. Run backwards.
Seriously, the house.
She
on
files
fire,
a complaint against them.
I'm not
delivering to those people who light their houses on fire anymore.
My job is complete. Sorry about your house.
You kick the box up there so you don't get too close.
Shoo! I don't get out there. I mean, those flames are coming out real high.
What's going on over here?
Seriously, because there are the videos of bad Amazon where they just throw boxes. Like you see the house on fire, you're like, I'm not walking up there.
I'm not walking up there.
Just chuck it.
Yeah, she's at Wendy's getting a soda. And they're like, you won't believe this. There's a house on fire down the street.
Did you call 911? No, I just put the box on the porch and left.
Yeah. God, I hope that box wasn't explosive.
Or I hope I don't get blamed for that not being delivered because it's burned up and nobody even knew it was there.
She takes a picture with flames in the background.
Listen,
text it to
on
him.
The front board, so you getting your email
delivered.
test. That's exactly right.
If my job is judging me off of my efficiency, maybe I might not notice a fire.
Yeah, I mean,
okay, because you know what my job is to do is to deliver packages. Ain't to notice a fire.
Man.
Okay, I got to tell you,
am I supposed to stop if there's a rainbow too?
No,
it's Pride Month.
A rainbow is very different than someone's house burning down.
I'm gonna slam on these brakes and go. Do you see the rainbow?
Okay,
hello, officer. I've been driving and there's a rainbow.
Let's just
things I'm not gonna notice.
I don't know what to do.
I don't know what to do. I can't drive.
Let's just put yourself in this. Let's say it was your home and the person saw your home burning to the ground and they just put the package on and left. Your wife and children are inside.
Your dogs are looking out the window.
Trying to oh my God, my house on burn. Let me out. Like what?
Well, first off, he's going to be in a lot of trouble, or she. Because I was burning it down intentionally.
Okay.
Yeah. Or my wife was, because she found out there's snakes in the backyard.
Okay. All right.
Okay. So she's gotten.
That's a strong hypothetical.
They got in the way of it. No, you're the one who set the conditions. I get to add in. You don't get to just say, if you notice this, if this happens this way.
Hypothetical.
But, so I'm on this.
I could have gotten all the insurance money if you just didn't stop it.
You darn kids.
You darn kids.
Ruined everything.
You're just some kind of rascal.
That's a word that we don't use enough.
All I'm saying is that sometimes it ain't the worst thing in the world for people to mind their own business. No. People to mind their own business.
If the house is on fire, just mind.
Could you imagine how much better your life would be if your neighbors stopped would mind their own business and not be in yours? Have you ever dealt with an HOA?
Yeah. Yes, they email me weekly and tell me there's something new I need to fix.
I call my neighbor and be like, turn those flames down. It's hot.
Wouldn't you mind if they were to just leave you alone?
Yeah, I mean,
including Amazon?
I think that's very different than your house burning down. I think the big difference in all these scenarios is your house is burning down.
But I'm just saying that if I don't happen to notice it because I'm keeping it moving, that doesn't make me a bad person. It makes me a pretty good worker.
Carlos is an Amazon driver, just squeezes a little water bottle on it and then walks away and be like, I did my part.
I'm just so focused that I don't pay any attention to stuff.
He's got those horse blinders on, man. He ain't messing around.
Right. I'm just moving.
It's hard to invest in this.
Don't you want to ride a horse that isn't going to be freaked out or spooked by like a random noise? No.
But we're not talking about riding a horse. We're talking about someone's house burning down.
But you don't want them to have to stop. Like, what if I get what he's saying.
You're switching sides.
I know, but now I'm starting to understand what he's saying.
You got to choose a side and stick with it.
I'm on your side. I'm calling the cops. But what I'm saying is, like, he makes sense because now that person can deal with like the stress of being at a fire, and everybody else's packages don't get delivered because they're so worried about a fire.
So those packages are a little late.
So I'll give you the hypothetical.
What if the baby needs baby formula?
I just saved a couple people's life.
Here you go. It's December 24th, and you have that one special order for your wife and son from Amazon.
It wasn't December 24th.
I'm
it was
giving you a
Saturday,
hypothetical.
June 1st.
And what happens is
some people celebrate June 1st.
Jeff, the UPS driver who's delivering in your area, notices that there's some abandoned kittens.
Yeah.
And he decides to stop. And he stops his route, and nobody else gets anything.
Right.
Are you upset that your wife and your son don't get their gifts because Jeff stopped for abandoned kittens?
Yeah.
I don't know how you correlate abandoned kittens with somebody's house burning down.
I'm talking about distractions.
404-741-1230. I would love to know your
talking
opinion.
about distractions.
Right, yeah.
And if your house is on fire,
I can't be disturbed.
I have a very simple way of saying this.
I can't have that bother my route.
I say this all the time. Your urgency isn't my emergency.
Right.
All right.
I think it's neighborly to tell people their house is on fire.
I ain't your neighbor.
What if
I'm your UPS driver. I'm your Amazon driver.
Yeah.
I'm not your neighbor.
And we don't know what that Amazon driver was going through. Maybe this person gets distracted all the time and has been warned time after time and will lose their job if they stop and get distracted and don't deliver everything they were supposed to deliver on time. So they're already under pressure and be like, you know what? I know this house is on fire, but I'm not going to get involved because I could lose my job.
I run into the scenario where I run into Joe Virgin River Ed Kemper, and he's doing his slaughtering of co-eds. If I notice it,
Joe Ed,
and if I stop him,
yeah,
I'm a potential victim. Sure. You know what my job is to do?
Yeah, you can't stop me.
That's right.
You're my next one.
My job is to put that. He's got a whole kit.
I'm not saying,
I put it on his doorstep and I take off.
Yeah. I didn't say you had to go stop Joe Kemper, but if you noticed him killing someone, maybe you should let somebody know.
But then he's going to get caught up in if he notices it, then he's got to go to court.
Now a witness.
He's going to be a witness.
I'd be okay with that. I think if I were saving someone's life or saving their house from burning to the ground.
At the very.
What if you were going on vacation the next day and you wanted to get out of town?
Somebody to tell me my
What
house
I'm going to do is I'm going to get on that phone as I'm driving the next one. I'm going to say, hey, listen, there's a fire over where I was at, and I'm going to keep it moving.
Maybe just call 911 before you get to the next stop. You know what I mean? Just
then
the fire department has time to get there.
Okay,
yeah.
So the last time
I'm not saying take a bucket of water and put out the fire. I'm not saying
sounds
risk
like
your
you're
life.
saying that.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah. No,
I'm just merely saying 911. Calling 911 is very different than go get a water hose and put out the fire. That's very different. Those are not comparable.
This is the issue with your naval training because everyone on a naval ship has to be ready to be a firefighter.
Always, yes.
So you're ready to do this. What I'm telling you is,
that's a good point.
You should probably mind your own business.
Yeah.
911. There's a house on fire. Have a nice day.
I mean, I can't believe you're actually looking
Where's
to
the
turn
house?
You're looking to turn on my water hose and start putting out my fence. Like, I'm a little bit upset.
I gotta tell you, man, this is
Wasting my
not
water.
where I expected this conversation to go. It's not. 404-741-1230. If you've got maybe a side.
Better mind your own business, Jack. I got stuff going on over here. You don't know anything about it.
Yeah.
I might be burning documents in the backyard. You're sitting there making phone calls about I smell smoke.
Right. Now insurance isn't going to cover the whole house because they put it out.
That's right.
I'm burning key documents back here, and you're sitting back going like, I smell fire.
Laura Trump handled the gotcha question better than anybody I've seen. And the gotcha question: will you accept the results if Donald Trump does not win?
It's a little disturbing to know that this could have been prevented.
That's not the right one. Here we go.
The voice got deeper.
By the way, while serial killer Joe Ed tries to find it, Goat Redneck Poet says productivity over compassion.
Okay.
Tug is confused.
Okay, all right. Have another one early this morning. How many bourbons are you in at 7:36? Good Lord.
That man works.
Gotta
He's a
hope
working
six.
man.
All right, Laura Trump.
We haven't heard a lot of Republicans give straight answers to what is a pretty simple question about the election. So I just want to ask you directly, will you commit to accepting the election results in 2024?
Of course, if this is a free, fair, and transparent election, absolutely. And actually, we're doing everything we can from the RNC to ensure that indeed that happens. We are working overtime to make sure that every American, Republican, Democrat, and Independent, feels good about our electoral process. Because, Casey, we can't repeat an election like we had in 2020. We had half the country with huge, sweeping questions about what happened that never got answered. That's not who
Joe
we are as a
Biden
country.
wins,
we need transparency.
Will
if it is a free and fair election, absolutely. But will you guys? If Donald Trump wins, will you accept those results? Because that's the real question. Everybody has said, will we accept them? Of course we will.
I love the fact that she turned it around.
Yeah.
And she was like, when he wins in a landslide, is the vice president going to certify the election? Because that's the question I have.
Yeah, I think that's a fair question, and I think that was a great way to turn this around on them. There is good reason to question any election. I don't care who it is. Now, there's a responsible way to do it, and there's an irresponsible way to do it. But I think what Donald Trump did was a responsible way. Here's the information that we have. Now, the left made a big deal out of it, but they were covering something up. At least that's the way I feel personally. So, yeah, look, I don't trust these elections. I don't trust any election. Not now. Not after what this administration has shown me. Not after what Stacey Abrams and Fair Fight showed me here in the city of Atlanta. I don't trust any of it. But would I be willing to accept them? Yeah, absolutely. In a landslide victory, because that's the way it should be. There's no doubt in my mind that there's nobody who should vote for Joe Biden, because Joe Biden is too old and too compromised and, well, quite frankly, just not mentally there to be able to run this country 4 more years.
I firmly believe we're going to a constitutional crisis. I've been saying it for weeks, and I keep laying out the roadmap. Just because we're going to see the president go to prison, the future president, just because we're going to see how this is going to play out, we're going to see somebody elected. The next thing that's going to happen is, of course, the non-certification of the election. It'll happen in the House. Right. They'll play this game of, he's a convicted felon, and that's going to be their next deal. Of course. Then as soon as, if they finally get a point like in the year 2000, when eventually we do have a president 4 or 5 months down the road than we should have, then we'll then get the game of, well, he has to be impeached because he's a convicted felon. This is not going to be some smooth transition, and it'll be brought to you by the communist Democrats. That's who's going to be throwing up these giant roadblocks. You think that they're worried about, whether or not we will accept the results of the election? They're going to be the biggest people that don't really accept the results of the election.
Which is what they've been doing forever. Hillary Clinton, Terry McAuliffe. Sure. I mean, there's countless people on the Democrat Party. Stacey Abrams here in Georgia.
The 4 years of Trump's presidency was them denying an election by going and making sure that they could do whatever they could to impeach him. The last 3.5 years now at this point have been all about election interference and denying an election. They even went as far as to use this court case to say, well, in 2016 he wouldn't have won the election or shouldn't have won the election, and we're not sure because of a payment to Stormy Daniels.
Right. Oh my God.
Legal expenses that they put down as legal expenses.
Right.
Throw them away.
Which is why Los's ridiculous story time on Friday about John Edwards was so spot on, because it's the exact same thing. And the difference was R next to a name, D next to a name. That was the difference.
Well, what about paying for all the other Russian collusion, the dossier, the Steele dossier? They paid for election interference.
And nothing happened. Nothing happened to them, and I am willing to bet everything I own that nothing will happen to them, because, like Rhino just said, they are above the law. Joe Biden says no one's above the law except for the Democrat Party. Then we're above the law. When we come back, a town hall with Trump is coming, but it's hosted by an unusual outlet. Next on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3, Tug, Rhino, and Los until 10. Then Beck playing Buck. And the local afternoon show, Kimmer, Pete, and Flounder, 3 until 6. The best way to listen, of course, is on the app or streaming us on the Extra 106.3 YouTube channel.
The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's a Kimmer. How's it going? Here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
Well, here we go. This ridiculous case that Alvin Bragg brought against Donald Trump is now in front of a jury. I know you're on pins and needles waiting for my prediction, so hold on a minute. A quick review is in order. Just what is Trump charged with? Paying hush money? Not a crime.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
Hey Atlanta, it's Ben, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Peach State Pride. Each and every weekend, we bring you all the issues going on around the globe and what America's ultimate role is in order to drive our agenda forward as conservatives. And if you ever miss an episode, you can download everything I've ever done on Apple, Spotify, or you can go to the podcast park. See you around, Atlanta.
Convenience is defined as the state of being able to proceed with something with little effort or difficulty. Well, at RBM of Atlanta, we embody this philosophy. Meet our Mercedes-Benz pickup and delivery service. It gives you back time and money. Does your Mercedes-Benz need service? If so, we'll pick up your vehicle that's requiring service from your home or office and bring it back to our dealership for the required service. With over 100 appointments available every weekday, over 50 appointments on Saturdays, and more than 200 courtesy vehicles in our fleet, we're here to serve. We'll work around your schedule. We're here to save you time, energy, and money. RBM of Atlanta is a J.D. Power 2023 Diamond Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience and Georgia's only 9-time Mercedes-Benz Best of the Best winner. We're proud to be Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964. Pickup and delivery service restrictions do apply. Ask your service coordinator or service advisor for details.
Well, Sally, thank you for your time. But unfortunately, we can't offer you the position.
But why?
Well, we got the results of your background check, and we saw some red flags.
Like what?
Apparently, you were accused of dog-napping a chihuahua named Mr. Cha-Cha.
Mr. Cha-Cha was my soulmate.
At Horizon Background Screening, we find things that other companies don't. That's why companies that use us make smarter hiring decisions. Don't let the wrong hire put your company at risk. Get the real story on your candidates at horizonscreening.com.
By texting 64000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from OwnWell. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ownwell.com/terms. Estimate based on your neighborhood average and individual results may vary.
When I saw how high my property tax bill was, I was shocked. We couldn't afford this. But I discovered OwnWell. OwnWell reduced my property taxes and saved me over $1,000.
Your property taxes aren't set in stone. They can be appealed and they can be reduced. But instead of filing appeals yourself and very possibly losing your appeal, OwnWell does it all for you. And we give you the best chance to win and save big. OwnWell has reduced property taxes for hundreds of thousands of Americans and put money back in their pocket, and you can be one of them. And unlike other companies that take half of whatever you save, OwnWell charges just 25%, and that's only if you save.
Now I don't worry about my property taxes. OwnWell reduces it every year.
Sign up now free. Don't pay unless you save. Text SAVE to 64,000. Text SAVE to 64,000. Text SAVE to 64,000.
Securing America.
The Biden administration confirms to Fox News the president will issue new executive actions on the border early this week. Republicans quick to react. Speaker Mike Johnson on Fox News Sunday called the move
too little, too late.
Tennessee Republican Senator Marsha Blackburn told the Fox News Rundown podcast she'll have a problem with any order to limit illegal crossings instead of eliminating them.
He is trying to find another way to make illegal immigration legal.
Connecticut Democratic Senator Chris Murphy says the Republicans have left the president no choice, telling CBS's Face the Nation last week.
Our Republican colleagues in Congress continue to vote against bipartisan border security that would give us the opportunity to actually give the president the resources and the authorities to make this a permanent change.
The speaker claims the president is only acting because of poor poll numbers on the issue. Kevin Uretsky, Fox News.
Donald Trump convicted.
Stuffing a misdemeanor into a felony charge. Tell me what the second crime was.
Extra 1063 is bringing you the conservative voices you need during this unprecedented time in America.
This must be the most divisive nation in the world.
Extra 1063 and the Extra app.
Doug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra on Extra 1063. Glad that you're here, whether you're streaming us on the Extra 1063 YouTube channel, on the Extra 1063 app, 1063 FM, 1230 AM. I mean, however you're listening, we're glad that you're here. And we hope that you will share Extra 1063. We had our biggest listener day on Thursday, about 5 o'clock, when the verdict for Donald Trump came down. I mean, the biggest listenership in the history of the station. And that's just the beginning of what's going to happen as we head into November. So if you want to know it from a conservative point of view, a conservative perspective, which you can't find anywhere else, then listen to Extra 106.3 and share it with other people that would also like that point of view that is often hidden, often frowned upon, often scoffed at and shunned. We do not. We're glad that you're here. 404-741-1230. Matter of fact, there is a town hall that's coming up with Donald Trump, but it's not a town hall that you might see on ABC or CBS or CNN or even Fox News. This will be a town hall with Elon Musk on X, Los.
This is interesting. And of course, the left hates this sort of stuff because they don't get to moderate, they don't get to air, they don't get to edit, they don't have any portion of it. But Elon Musk pointed out as of 2 days ago, there's no date, there's no time, but they're interested in a town hall that would be put on to X, and whether it's like some sort of format where you write in your questions or you have a studio audience, one way or another, it would feature Donald Trump. And so the idea that you're now bypassing even the networks. We talk about the corporate media dying this wonderful fun
on
death.
The branch.
And we talk about the amount of exposure when CNN has weekly viewership somewhere in right around the 85,000 range. Do you realize how many millions will view this on X by the time it's all over with? I mean, we're going to see numbers of like 50 million people that will view this whenever they do decide to do it.
Yeah, we already saw, I mean, even on TikTok, he had 56 million views in one day of joining TikTok. Then Donald Trump, I don't know why he joined TikTok, but that's up to him. But he understands, hey, there's a whole group out there that sees me and sees what's happening to me in my political persecution. People are going to tune in to X and Elon Musk, and no matter what the left says that they're not on X, they're there. They're all there. They don't stop.
They're all monitoring.
So they're all going to monitor. They're all going to see it.
Isn't it fascinating, though, because the first show to kind of launch was Tucker Carlson's, right? And it has blown up, and he's getting just these extraordinary numbers. And Elon Musk was quite vocal about wanting people from the left point of view, leftists.
Certainly tried.
To put their shows on X too. And Don Lemon tried, but he's such an idiot that he couldn't even get it right. The audience is there if you're looking for him.
So there was two problems there. One, he tried to basically do CNN away from CNN. And then the issue is when you talk about the arena of ideas, and unless it's on a ready-made station where here's what we're going to do, the CNNs, the MSNBCs, when you put it in the arena of ideas like X, people don't consume it.
Well, there's fail. Those ideas always fail. Every time you debate these ideas.
They need an incubator, and
right.
X ain't the place for it.
Yeah, right. There's no
better
room.
make a good point.
Yeah.
No, I mean, because you see, number one, community notes kill someone like Don Lemon. And when they continue to get community noted off the lies that they can continue to tell, people start tuning out, and that's what happened to them. I think there's plenty of room for voice on there. I've had plenty of good conversations with people, and there's some crazy lefts out there, but every once in a while we can have a good conversation, or we can come together and talk about certain things. So I think it is important, because I would really like for people to actually communicate instead of just throwing out like ridiculous scenarios and lies and reiteration of what pandering the administrations do to us. I would love to see actual smart, thought out dialogue, and we don't see that on X anymore. And I think that really, more than anyone, Elon Musk has brought a little bit of that back.
I saw a thread on Reddit that talked about things that people pretend to like, and they included Twitter, now known as X. They're saying people don't really like it, they just say they like it. And I was like, it's been my favorite of the social media platforms from the moment it launched, and it continues this way. I even liked it when it wasn't free and fair. I even liked it when you weren't able to express your ideas, because I at least knew what the other side was thinking. I used it, and still do use it, as a news pulse, because I look at the discussions that are happening. And I think that's the thing that the left hates more than anything else. How could our old platform, the one that we controlled every narrative, we would start it on Twitter, now known as X, and it would populate there, and then the leftist media would pick it up. It was a big echo chamber. And now that that's not there, holy cow. No wonder you see it on Reddit. Those people hate it, because Reddit's full of lefties too anyway.
Well, but again, like, it shows why there's such a problem in the Democrat Party. When you look at like an Air America, when you look at certain things that the left puts, threads, all these things they put themselves behind, they're flop because people get involved And then they realize, well, this is all just a bunch of junk and it's an echo chamber for the delusional. And we just keep going back and forth. That's why they keep coming back to X, whether they say it or not.
Oh, yeah.
That's
Yeah,
why
that's right.
you see Aunt Peg and all of them on there on X and challenging and throwing out their ridiculous things, because they throw it out there and they don't get challenged back. And they know they're wrong. And that's why you keep seeing these places go out of business. Nobody cares. You're not bringing any facts.
So over the weekend, Patrick Bet David decided to host what essentially was going to be a discussion point. I would say this. It was a debate, but it was kind of in a different style. And it featured Chris Cuomo and comedian Dave Smith.
I saw this. So good.
You want to talk about a dude who tore Cuomo apart.
Called him out. On the ivermectin thing specifically.
In ways that man could not survive, could not say anything, could not explain himself. Because ultimately, it's X is like a really good deodorant for stuff. That if you have a bad idea, we're going to take it apart. If you have a good idea, we're going to acknowledge it. We're going to point it out. The fact that we went through a period of time where you couldn't share an idea, that was damning towards the country. Probably got grandma killed. But when you saw them two having this discussion of ideas, you realize pretty quickly what happens when you're hamstrung by ideology the way that Cuomo was for so many years.
Man, it was so funny. I watched that clip probably at least 3 or 4 times just out of satisfaction alone. Just seeing somebody. So to set the stage, you had Chris Cuomo saying, "Oh no, I never told people not to use ivermectin. I never said it was. I
never said that. He goes, go get the tapes."
Yeah, and Dave Smith goes, "Okay," and had it because it's like he anticipated the pass.
Of course.
And he said, "Roll the tape," and there's Chris Cuomo on CNN talking with Don Lemon saying, "They're recommending horse dewormer," and he was like,
I don't know where you thought you were going, where one of the primary things that people are going to bring up with you, you thought to yourself, I'm going to be in an environment where there's no way they'll play a tape of me.
Why would they do
I'll
that?
even call
They
for
won't
it.
show me up.
I'm safe. I'm
Yes,
safe.
right. They won't show me up. This is like CNN, right?
Again, it was a debate, and
Yeah.
it should be.
As it should be.
But and we can get into it later in the week just because, we got bigger fish to fry. But it was
so
a perfect
good.
example of what happens where you now have a media, because it's alternative media, that's now calling balls and strikes and saying you don't just get to have your opinion and without any repercussions.
That's right. And can lie about your own opinion, too, and change it
Why don't you get the
midstream.
tape?
That's right.
I never said that.
Oh, yes, you did.
You sure did.
And here it is. Dave Smith's impressive guy, man. I really like him a lot. I don't agree with him on everything, but I agree with him on a lot. A whole lot. And he's a good comedian on top of it. Super funny dude. This is the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. When we come back after a Neil Bortz report and a Fox News update, whether Trump believes it or not, his answer on jail time was the right one. Probably helped him raise $1 or $2 or $200 million. Just saying. Tug, Rhino, and Los until 10. Glenn Beck program at 10. And they're going to get into that topic too. Trump raising $200 million plus since the verdict. And then Biden's offer of mass amnesty to illegal immigrants by quietly terminating 350,000 asylum cases. And then Fauci, too, admitting that, I just made up that whole 6 feet thing. That's just...
I can't wait.
That's at 10 o'clock with Beck here on Extra 106.3.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
Well, thus far, nobody has risen to the challenge. And what challenge, you say? Name one state, one city, large, small, one county, one political jurisdiction anywhere in this country, anywhere, where the lives of its citizens were enhanced or improved in any significant way by kicking Republicans out of office and electing Democrats. Just one. Democrats, sad to say, are political lepers. The problem is we're not allowed to put them in leper colonies. They infiltrate our local governments, and the destruction is widespread. Let's go to Boston. The mayor of Boston, Michelle Wu, W-U, more precise, W-U. Well, for one thing, in Boston, she has an agenda that is very soft on crime. But then I already told you she was a Democrat, so no surprise there. She wants to abolish the gang registry in Boston, and her argument is that criminal behavior like theft should not be prosecuted, and that the police should not be able to use tear gas, pepper spray, rubber bullets, or dogs. But here, perhaps, is the most ridiculous thing. She wants to expand voting so-called rights. Boston has a new participatory budgeting process under Mayor Wu, designed to be inclusive of all residents, even children as young as 11 years old. Starting in July, not too far away, 11-year-olds in Boston will be able to vote on budget matters, tax matters. It's like Democrats are saying, hey, we know we can't handle this, so let's turn it over to the kids. Use your imagination. Budgeting priorities established by 11-year-olds. Only a Democrat would dream this up. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
Marketing is everywhere. From the billboards on the highways to the notifications on your phone, we are constantly bombarded with people trying to sell us stuff. What makes good marketing? Are you doing enough in your life personally and professionally to market yourself? You have questions, and the Marketing Madmen have answers. Tune in every Saturday, now at 4 p.m., right here on Extra 106.3 to get practical marketing advice from expert guests who are shaping and reshaping the business world. They say marketing is a madman's game. Join the Marketing Madmen every Saturday at 4 p.m. to find out why.
No one plans on going to jail, but when it happens, it's important that you know who to call. Call A Second Chance Bail Bonds, where we believe everyone deserves a second chance. We handle bonds throughout Metro Atlanta, including from our newest offices in Cherokee County and Clayton County. In most cases, we can have you or your loved one out of jail in a matter of hours. A Second Chance. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call A Second Chance 24/7 at 404-BAIL-OUT or online at atlbail.com.
Hey, it's Flounder, and The Kimmer Show is live every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m.
The New York Democrats are doubling their effort today of ballot harvesting and everything they need to do. They're worried.
Early voting, previously filled out ballots, we'll take care of it.
For Biden to win this time, they're going to have to look us in the eye and tell us we cheated, because we know they cheated if he wins. There's no way he can win this election.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app. WFOM and W292 EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. The 8 a.m. hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air.
Another historic trial. I'm Chris Foster, Fox News. Former President Trump last week became the first former president convicted of a crime, and jury selection starts this hour in Delaware for the first ever trial of a current president's child.
Hunter Biden is accused of lying about drug use on a form required to purchase a firearm in 2018. The president's son has admitted to cocaine addiction and described his struggles in a book, writing he's been sober since 2019. The trial is expected to last a couple of weeks. Hunter Biden is also charged with federal tax violations. That trial in California was delayed until September. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
History's made in Mexico. The country's first woman president, Claudia Sheinbaum, is elected in a landslide. She was the mayor of Mexico City and head of the country's Environment and National Resource Department. 11 people are reported killed in Israeli strikes overnight in central Gaza, and another Hamas hostage's body is recovered. The ceasefire proposal President Biden announced Friday is still waiting for approval or rejection.
The UN's Relief and Works Agency is working in several areas affected by the Israel-Hamas conflict, East Jerusalem, as well as the West Bank and Gaza. UNRWA's Senior Deputy Director of Affairs, Scott Anderson, on CBS Face the Nation said he hopes a proposal to stop the fighting can take hold.
We very much welcome a ceasefire. It's time for the hostages to go home to their families. Time for more aid to start coming in, and then hopefully we can start rebuilding Gaza.
But Israel has its issues with the agency passing a bill in its parliament to brand UNRWA as a terrorist group because of claims that past agency members had ties to militant groups. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
Dr. Anthony Fauci appears today before the House subcommittee investigating the COVID-19 pandemic, its origins, and the federal response, which Dr. Fauci helped oversee. America's listening to Fox News.
Well, the weather's warming up and summer's just around the corner. Everyone has a favorite outdoor activity: golf, bike riding, bird watching, long walks. Ask 100 people, you'll get 100 answers. But if everyday aches and pains are keeping you on the sidelines, I have one answer: Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free daily supplement that helps your body fight pain naturally. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients. It doesn't just mask pain, it helps reduce or even eliminate it. Wherever you're hurting, back, neck, joints, or muscles, in 3 weeks or less, you'll start to feel the difference all day, every day. So whatever you like to do, swimming, pickleball, hanging out in the garden, Relief Factor can help you feel good again and let you enjoy all your favorite outdoor activities all summer long. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF and save on your first order. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Fight pain naturally with Relief Factor.
Look out, it's only me. It's only the Kimmer. You know, you can download the Kimmer podcast on the Extra 106.3 app, along with a ton of other great shows. Go get it, for crying out loud, now on Apple or Android.
Doug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. We've got Joe. We got something to give away. But did you give me the paperwork to give it all the way, or did you not?
No, I can bring it to you.
Well, why don't you just tell people what it is? Because we'll start back tomorrow.
Oh, it's the Taste of Atlanta in City Springs.
There we go.
It's really fun. I've been before.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Sandy Springs, right?
Yes,
where City Springs is. Yeah,
at City Springs and Sandy Springs.
Because there are some great restaurants around there.
It's cool.
Yeah, so cool. So if you want to go to the Taste of Atlanta at City Springs, we'll take caller 5 at 404-741-1230. Are there any particulars we need to let people know about?
Oh, just come indulge in unlimited bites from many Sandy Springs' best restaurants and chefs, complimented by bottomless beer, wine, and cocktail tastings, live music, Publix, cooking, stage demos, and more.
Well, let's go.
Wow, look at that. Yeah,
Yummy.
Last time Joe went, he came back with 7,000 toothpicks in his pocket.
Just one bite after another.
At a time. I love it. He could have built a small house with all the toothpicks.
Sure did.
So good. All right. So, if you want to go to that, Taste of Atlanta, City Springs, caller 5-404-741-1230. This hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, where you're a member of the family. You're not just a number at Central Heating and Air Conditioning. They care about what's going on in your house health. They care about the maintenance of your equipment so it lasts as long as it can. And if you're to the point where it needs to be replaced, they can set you up with a great carrier system. Atlanta's carrier experts, Central Heating and Air Conditioning. So, Donald Trump, I think, said the right thing. I don't think you could have had a better answer. And I think it shows defiance, but in the most, selfless way I think you possibly can, when he was asked about jail time, and he's like, I'm good with that.
The judge could decide to say, hey, house arrest or even jail. It could face what that could. I'm okay with it. I saw one of my lawyers the other day on television saying, oh, no, you don't want to do that to the president. I said, you don't beg for anything.
I love it. Dude, the fact that
he's like exactly setting it up. Like, no. Let them put me in jail.
Yeah, all right.
It'd be great. Absolutely great. Yeah. I mean, he's done nothing but succeed every time the government weaponizes against him. Every single time he's made more and more money. And if he's in jail, then everybody will be talking about it, looking at him and going, you know what? I want this guy to be my president.
Yeah, you know what's crazy is the Hunter Biden trial starts at 8:30. What do you think there's a conviction? What's the odds? You
Zero.
Think there's me too.
Zero.
You know why? Because he's not politically persecuted. Otherwise, he'd already be under the jail.
Yeah, we already know that Joe Biden had Hunter this weekend in Delaware with him. We saw them walking, coaching him up. We know that, I'm going to go visit, my dead son's ex-wife, who was also in an affair with Hunter Biden at the time, and she's the one who threw away the gun. I'm going to go visit her, just check up on her. It's been 9 years since Bo died. It's one really, because of the 5-year you didn't go. You'd think if it was momentous.
Why the 9-year?
Yeah, why the 9-year? Well, because it's a day before, or a few days before this trial. There's no way the DOJ, who was going after him, already said, you know what? Let's try to work a plea deal. I mean, we know all the...
And the plea deal was corrupt, too.
It was, of course it was.
The crazy thing about it is the plea deal originally that was going to dismiss these charges.
So shady.
Even the judge was like, hang on, hang on. And when the judge caught on, they were like, whoops.
The biggest problem that it had, and what set off all the alarm bells, was that the judge went, hold on a second, as part of your plea deal, he is then free from any further prosecution in the future on anything. They're like, yeah, that's what we lined out for him. Like,
what do you think?
No, this isn't a get out of jail free pass for the entirety of the rest of your life.
But think about how corrupt that is. Because they knew the background story is, well, they're going to try to get him with Burisma and funneling money back to his family and paying for influence.
10% for the big guy.
10% for the big guy, blah, blah, blah. So they're like, the DOJ is working to squash that. Why? That means it's weaponized. That's what it means to me.
Yeah, your political opponent has been convicted and will likely be locked up or put on house arrest. There's no way they're going to let it go. There's no way they're going to let it go.
Unless Joe was like, hey, Hunter, look, we're getting a really bad deal on this thing. You need to go to jail for a little bit.
Not a chance.
Not a chance, I
know. Dude, I can't even see it then. Because they don't think clearly like that. They don't see them putting Trump in jail helping Trump. They think it's going to change the polling numbers. But just like the verdict and just like the mugshot, didn't.
The hope is, and this will be very simple. Hunter, did you purchase a gun under these circumstances?
Yes.
Okay, what are we going to do from here? Now, I don't know if that's going to go anywhere, but if we're able to get to that point, all right, then we actually have a real law broken that we can all establish, not the silliness of lawfare that we saw last week. At the same time, too, we also get an Anthony Fauci in front of Congress. This is a big week to see what's going to happen with a couple of these people that we know to be pretty shady.
Interesting thing about Hunter's defense, though, they're going to try to say that Hunter was sober the day that he bought the gun.
Yeah,
that day.
That's actually the defense.
Of course.
That day, he was sober.
And then they'll go to his book and realize, no, you weren't.
And then when they found the gun in the dumpster, it had cocaine residue on it.
Yeah. Oh, that's not his. That was whoever. No.
That was the same pouch that was found in the White House. Couldn't have been his.
Yeah. Maybe they'll throw Haley Biden under the bus and be like, it was probably her. She was there when they threw it away. She was at the White House.
You say that in jest. I wouldn't
she
not be surprised.
Her husband. It's been hard for her.
Dude, it would surprise me none. 0% if they threw that woman under the bus and blamed it all on. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm just saying it would not surprise me.
She's protected too, though.
Right.
She got plenty of money. Money went back to her too through the Burisma deal. She's just as scummy as the rest of the Biden family.
That'd be the only thing then, is that she's got dirt on them.
But take the fall. You got nothing behind. Like, Hunter's got a bad background. Haley doesn't. So Haley gets a plea agreement like, hey, you're done.
And over with, yeah. If you could figure out how to do it, I don't know that will. But
no one's getting touched in the Biden crime family.
And that's
what's good about being a crime family. You control all
exactly.
Well, when you're outside of the protected class, anything can happen to you. When you're in the protected class, nothing happens to you.
But that's the crazy thing is most people believe that if I vote Democrat, I'm in the protected class, that does not shield you.
Everybody is always thinking, all the communist revolutionaries, if I do this, I'll get to be part of the party. I'll be in. No, it's a limited party, and you're not invited.
Yeah.
Ever.
It's the people that are in power. You're doing nothing but pull the lever.
Here's what you need to do. You need to be Alex Soros. Mm-hmm. You need to have $1 billion, and you got to keep giving it to leftists. And suddenly you find yourself in all the parties.
Class. Yeah, that's right.
Absolutely. Or Sam Bankman-Fried.
Yeah, right. Yeah, all of a sudden, what happened to that guy? Sam Bankman-Fried. I knew you were talking about.
Every foolish lefty that I ever run into on Twitter, they think to themselves, hey, I'm going to do this. I'll be part of the party. I'm like, no, you're not. No. You never will be.
The crazy thing is,
you better have good stuff on the family if you want to get involved.
But the crazy thing is, Aunt Peg, she doesn't expect to be a part of the ruling class by any means, but she expects that communism is going to work better. Of course. Because that's the thing, right? They're voting for leftists knowing how far left the Democrat Party is. And all they hear is the talking points on MSNBC, and they're like, yep, that's exactly right. These people are telling me the truth. It's going to be so much better when we have this communism. But the crazy thing is, she doesn't recognize it as communism.
No.
Like, if I were to say, you realize you're voting for a communist, she'd be like, what are you talking about?
No.
Trump's the fascist. He's the one, not my
That's
party.
not what they say on The View.
That's exactly. Rhino.
Yep.
Dude,
Yeah.
she watches it every day.
No, but they're so confused by everything. They think socialism is good, or that the socialists, the Democrat socialists of America, they'll figure it out.
Yeah.
They'll know how to do it
Better than they do down in South America.
The same people go, well, they need asylum from socialism. They got to come to this country and walk across this border because socialism's so bad.
Which is it?
Which one is it? Yeah, they're so easy. These brain dead chips and people like that. They will do whatever they can to sit back and just believe it and hope, and they know that they'd be the first ones to complain and leave.
By the way, that's not me again.
Yeah, that's me, Chip.
What's that now?
Oh, Chip got mad that his name got called out for being an idiot.
Oh, well, sorry about that.
But look,
I know, but then what happens is he
Chip
tweets me and he's like, I heard you brought my name up again, and I always do the same thing. I don't care about you.
That's right.
I was like, in fact, here's the bottom of my shoe. I didn't really think about you.
You
down
got
there
some
either.
chip all over it.
I just don't care. I do not care one
Steaming
bit.
pile of chips.
Oh my good Lord.
In fact, the one that was fun over the weekend was the person who was getting butt hurt, and they were like, "Do you realize how arrogant you come across?" I was like, "Dude, you don't know how arrogant I am."
Yeah.
You don't know the half of it.
I was like, "You don't know the half of the level of arrogance I really conduct myself with."
Good,
on a
it's
daily
working.
basis. I was like, and it's unfortunate for you because it's bothering you, so I'm going to be more arrogant.
And the problem is, to go along with it, you're usually right.
Thank you.
Here's my favorite part, though. Chip's friend listens to the show. Chip's friend, by the way, is named Chip.
Wow.
That's who's listening to hear his name.
That's
He
cool.
loves it.
Oh,
It's
whatever.
good
That's
for him.
fine.
Well,
Good for them. Thank you.
404-741-1230 if y'all want to call in. I mean, don't just vent on social media. Call.
You can call and defend Hunter Biden.
Yeah,
you're more than welcome to defend Hunter.
We welcome one and all. Don't expect there not to be a rebuttal.
And let's make sure we establish that it was no one's cocaine in the White House.
Yes, no one's. It just absolutely.
Nobody's cocaine in the White House. How do we still have we've gone through a time period when I was told that the adults are going to be back in the room, and we actually had not only sex in the Senate, we had cocaine in the White House and trans boobs out on the White House lawn.
Good Lord. Satoon's on the phone at 404-741-1230. What's on your mind, bud?
Hey, I come from the Bosnia, old Yugoslavia. My grandpa used to be like a part of the Communist Social Party. Mm-hmm. And he told me one thing: if I ever go into politics, when it comes to the communism, do not make friends with Marxists, because in order for Marxists to stay in the, he'll turn his own kids to down pretty much to stay in the power. So the worst people that you ever know that you don't want to be a friend with are the Marxists. Mm-hmm. I was always told that when I was younger. I didn't know what he was talking about back then.
Wow, what a story! I mean, good. I mean, but that comes from experience. That's lived experience. That's not my Aunt Peg who was just behind it.
Oh no! So if you just think about it in the course of history, like for instance, the Chinese Cultural Revolution was really about the rejection of the four olds, and in part it was trying to get the students to be the next wave of people that were going to believe in this stuff, because the adults had started to wane. They had gone through basically a famine that killed 50 million people. They were the ones who were losing patience with the party and belief in the party. So what happened? It became about enrolling your teenagers to reject their parents and to turn them in.
Yeah. And you're seeing that across American society right now, right? How do we grow something that we know is wrong? Tell kids that have no life experience, so they come up thinking the wrong is right and acceptable, and then by the time they're adults, they're preaching the gospel.
Well, that's all part of indoctrination, and you know, the one thing I love, like Satoon's done this so many times, and he, a good listener of Kimmer, and I'm glad he's listening here too. But they talk about that, and anybody. We had Z Van Fleet on, and she talked about coming from China and what it was like. Like, wake up, see what you're asking for, because you don't understand what you are going to get and what you're going to become. Hitler went after the Nazi youth for a reason. He knew, if I can get them young and indoctrinate them, that's a whole nother generation of people spreading hate. That's exactly what the Democrat Party has continued to do.
And that's the thing. You had the gentleman that just called, and then you had G Van Fleet that we had on. They actually lived this experience, and they're telling you, wake up. This is not what it's being reported as. And then to your point earlier, Rhino, about people trying to escape it by the millions trying to get across the U.S. border, if it's so good and if it's so wonderful, why in the world would anybody want to leave it?
Again, my ascension within the party is by turning you in.
Yeah.
Right.
Absolutely. That's how I keep getting
You're my
power.
stepping stone.
Right.
Yeah, the more I turn in, the better I am and the stronger I get.
They're not communist enough, but I am. And look,
That's
I turned them in.
Until you're not.
Exactly. When the next one comes along and says, hey, he ain't communist enough either.
Or you cheer the government being weaponized against a citizen the way they cheered when Donald Trump was found guilty 34 times of something that wasn't even a crime. Those are the kind of people that are dangerous, that will continue down that path of Marxism. And that's scary to me. The fact that this happened and people are okay with it, man, that is a weird time in my life.
I don't know that I would ever cheer something that I know that is detrimental to the country. You know what I mean? If even let's say Joe Biden, let's say we're 3 years down the road and they finally connect all the dots and Joe Biden is as guilty as we think he is of being the big guy and collecting 10% and being under the influence of China and President Xi and all of that. There's not a bit of me that's going to celebrate that.
No.
Even if he's locked up for the rest of his life, which he won't be. Because
I don't want to even see him locked up at this point. I mean, but it's coming.
But my whole point is, that was so detrimental. The things that he did was so detrimental to the country. I won't celebrate any of it because it doesn't change the fact that it was detrimental to the country.
You figure out how to fix it, move forward, and make sure it never happens again. And that's what we're supposed to do. But again, like, he's so old, I'd be like, let him go. But at the same time, I'm not celebrating that.
8 o'clock hours brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, one of the few second-generation, locally owned HVAC companies in Atlanta. With Central, you're not just a number, you're a member of the family. 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
All right, here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Monday, June 3rd. If you're in the city of Atlanta, you're still under a boil water advisory. The mayor said that all of Atlanta will be safe and sanitary soon. He did not give any details about when the boil advisory will end. Hartsfield-Jackson Airport suffered an outage, although it wasn't related to the water main breaks in the city. Power at the busy airport was knocked out after an airline contractor drilled into a power line. After an hour, power was restored, and all impacted gates and concessionaires are now operational. 3 people in DeKalb County were found with gunshot wounds outside an adult establishment early Sunday morning. DeKalb County Police confirmed that 8 people were shot in total outside Pinups Strip Club. Police believe 2 of those shot are suspects and will be transferred to the DeKalb County Jail upon release from the hospital. It's not clear at this time what led to the shooting. And in sports, Sean Murphy drove in the go-ahead run with a bloop double in the 7th to give the Braves a 3-1 win over the Oakland Athletics in a much-needed series win. The Braves will take the day off before they head to Boston to take on the Red Sox tomorrow night.
Weapons and trainers were sent to Vietnam before the war expanded, if you recall. That is happening again, just not in Vietnam. Next on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3, Tug, Rhino, and Los until 10. Make sure you download the Extra 106.3 app. It's the most convenient and most positive listening experience that you could possibly have because you can listen live and on demand, whatever works for you.
If you love news and talk, you have to connect with the biggest personalities in the South at thepodcastpark.com. It's more original Atlanta content from Atlanta's hometown talk crew. From legal news to sports and politics, and even archives of interviews from years past. Find the podcast that you love and subscribe everywhere you get podcasts.
Hey sandwich lovers, today's your lucky day. There's a whole new way to roll for lunch or dinner delight with Nucky's Hoagies in the Roswell Corners Shopping Center. Now open. Nucky's Hoagies in Roswell is family owned and operated by the Sub-Sisters, Stacy and Shannon, whose love language is food and Nucky's Hoagies, their passion. When you bite into a Nucky's Hoagie, you'll taste the difference. The softest hoagie rolls ever, along with hunger-quenching sandwich combinations. Make Nucky's Hoagies in Roswell on Woodstock Road your new favorite spot for lunch or dinner.
I've been with EMC Security for over 10 years, and their service and support are always fantastic. There's nothing better than a business that understands that great service earns loyalty, unlike companies that rely on contracts. Plus, their prices are unbeatable, and they're always focused on solving any issues quickly.
It's time to experience long-term satisfaction and true customer care. EMC Security, exceeding customer expectations since 1998. Visit emcsecurity.com for a free quote.
On this episode of The Real Houses of Atlanta.
Whoa, Bobby, what's going on?
Well, now that I'm the HOA president, I'm going to start cracking down on the neighborhood.
With a sledgehammer?
Oh, look, this place is looking rough, and nobody's moving right now either. So I'm telling the neighbors it's time to fix up the homes they have.
And what do you suggest?
Well, I'm telling everybody on the block about Exovations. They're right here, and they can get your house the facelift it needs. We're talking new siding, roofing, windows, doors, decks, even porches, patios, and porticos. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to start with Jim next door. Hey, Jimmy, you got a window out. Check the bylaws.
Hi, this is Candace with Exovations, and have I got a tip for you. Avoid an HOA headache and let us give your home the facelift it needs. We'll introduce you to our ExoVision, our very own architectural design that allows you to envision your home's transformation before you even start the project. Ready for your on-time, on-budget, and stress-free renovation? Visit exovations.com and book your consultation today.
Here's a sobering headline. New estimates show that more than 1 million babies were killed by abortion in 2023. That is the highest amount of abortions since 2012. The overturning of Roe has only made them more ravenous for the blood of babies. We have to fight back against this evil and stand up against it. When they say shout abortion, we should shout life. But how do we do it? Well, we join hands with Preborn, the largest pro-life organization in the country that sponsors ultrasounds for clinics in the highest abortion rate areas. When a mom is considering abortion, when she meets her baby on an ultrasound and hears the heartbeat, it doubles the baby's chance for life. By the time I finish this ad, 2 babies will have been taken by this tragedy. $28 could be the difference between life and death. Please choose life. Join the fight by sponsoring 1 or 2 or even 200 ultrasounds. All gifts are tax deductible. To donate, dial pound 250, say the keyword baby. That's pound 250, keyword baby, or go to their site, preborn.com/Beck. Preborn.com/Beck. Sponsored by Preborn.
No need for traffic updates. We always steer you right. It's the Morning Extra on 106.3.
Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra. I struggle to believe in aliens. I struggle to believe Sasquatch. I struggle to believe these things. I know I'm the lone man out when it comes to this.
Yes, you are.
And when I think about them, I feel like at some point we would run across it. I feel like at some point there would be some hard evidence.
Wait, hold on. Hold on.
I know.
Are you saying nobody's ever reported being probed or taken up in a spaceship or seen spaceships?
Or that the federal government has been
federal government told
showing all this information since 2017.
It's not what kind of proof you
fighters? What do you need?
You want to get probed?
Yeah, I mean,
call it out. Say, hey, aliens.
Probe me. Yes,
probe me.
Absolutely. If that would help me believe for sure. Maybe seeing something.
Well, be careful what you ask for.
I don't think you want me to remove. I don't think you want a red pill on this one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
you'll start questioning so much of your life, and it might be a little too much for Tug Coward.
Yeah. It would. That's an easy thing to do. Just overwhelm me is really simple to do. So you may
next thing you know, you'll be flying a crop duster into a spaceship. So be careful.
Right? Yes, it'd be terrible. But can't imagine.
You'll be asking your pastor about this stuff.
Oh well, look, I need to do that now. Apparently,
I'd love for you to do that.
Me too.
I'd love for you to record it.
Yeah, me too.
Yes. Why don't you bring him in the studio and let's talk about this?
Pastor Norris, look at me like I have 4 heads.
Pastor Norris, you're welcome to the show anytime, Monday through Friday,
Absolutely.
6 to 10. We'd love to have you sit in with us, and we can all set Tug Cowart straight.
Right. The largest search for the Loch Ness Monster happened over the weekend with all the people from all over the world
I think
helping
that's
out.
silly.
Yeah, that's
Scotland.
ridiculous.
There are people from Scotland that are obviously heading this thing up, and everybody's coming to Loch Ness to find it. They ended up finding, well, nothing.
I think Ness is certainly one of the biggest contributing factors to that. I mean, the Highlands is such a majestic place, but Loch Ness really must sit at the heart of all that, and again, people's fascination with this huge body of water. There's always going to be a fascination with the mysteries surrounding Loch Ness and the Loch Ness Monster, whatever that is going to turn out to be, and our part very much is about uncovering those mysteries and helping answer some more questions.
I don't have any questions.
No, listen.
I think the time for questioning is up.
I'm going to be honest. The Scottish, the Irish, they're drunks. There's no leprechauns. There's no Loch Ness. They're just drunk people. Aliens are real. Sasquatch real. They're ridiculous, and they drink too much.
Well, they do create tourism out of this and these events that bring money, and so that's where I believe so much is tied into. That doesn't explain Foo Fighters.
No,
not the band, but what people have known since the 50s, going, what are these things going around our aircraft?
And I freely admit, because I've seen the video evidence of Navy fighter pilots seeing things on their radar, and they've filmed it themselves of just
they've gone in front of Congress and testified to it
that move in ways that we have never seen anything move before. I do believe in that technology. I just don't believe it comes from other worlds. I think it's probably something we've created that we just have never talked about.
Okay, we'll see.
It's a mystery.
You're going to find out.
Okay, well, maybe.
They're going to bust your ass.
I can't wait.
I feel like Los is going to revel in this. You'll be so happy.
I will too.
You're just going to be looking at me going like, you were right. You were right.
I'm sorry, Los. I'm sorry.
I was wrong.
I was way wrong. I was wrong.
They've taken all my country knowledge.
You and Rhino kept telling me, and I didn't believe you.
That's right.
I don't remember any country music.
I will, and
they wiped my brain.
They wiped my brain of my country music catalog.
That'd be awful.
I don't know one Oak Ridge Boys song anymore.
Oh, it hurts so bad.
I can't sing. Song, Friends in Low Places. What's that mean?
Who is this man?
Who is this?
This Garth Brooks fella.
Actually, the fun part might be is that when they do wipe his brain of his country music knowledge, as he builds it back up, he'll enjoy it all over again.
You know, it's kind of like y'all say with watching the good movies, the Marvel movies. Yes, the superhero movies. I've got
You're already losing your memory.
Well, look, it's getting worse and worse by the day.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, dude. Have you noticed that too in yourself?
Oh yeah.
Okay, because I mean, I've in the last probably 12 to 18 months, I can't remember crap.
No,
like things that I know. Things that I have no doubt about, I'll go to say it, and it just won't be there.
Yeah, my whole brain is shattered some days. It's weird.
It's
I lose my key. Well, okay. I tried to tell this to Aaron. I don't lose anything. I misplace them. I have no idea where I put it. I will find it. I know it's in the vicinity of this house. It could be by the fire pit. It could be in the fridge or the freezer.
Right.
I have no idea where I put it, but it is here.
It is. And don't doubt me.
Yeah. Don't doubt me. I'll find it.
Yeah. So anyway,
like
have you run across that, Los? Have you felt
yourself? Not yet?
No.
But,
okay. Well,
but I'm big on the mind supplements and things like that.
Yeah.
You know, I'm very big into how do you stay sharp with this stuff? Well, read and feed your brain.
I did take Encapsulate this morning.
Yeah, I got my Encapsulate.
I ran out.
Did you?
So now I'm just dumb.
I just as soon as you run out, you turn dumb.
Yeah, I just turned dumb. They got me hooked on it.
My brain was working at such a higher level, and then I ran out of my Encapsulate.
Back to dumb.
Right.
I love it.
They'll have to use that Carlos. I think it's Lowe's front office Lowe's like promo code, so I could get some more.
Here you go, LOS. You can go get yourself some more Encapsulate. I think I have probably about 2 weeks left, and then I'll be doing the same thing. I'll be using my own promo code to give myself some more Encapsulate.
So I replaced that with brown liquor. So yeah, I forgot everything now.
It's funny how that wipes the brain.
And let me tell you, it's not a good comparison.
No,
I mean, I love brown liquor, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, it doesn't do what, the Encapsulate.
No, then I'm like jumping over fires and doing stupid things.
Hey, watch this.
Watch this.
Hold my beer. Watch this.
Hold this bottle.
That's exactly right. So good. Y'all remember, or probably because we're too young to remember, but we've read about and we've heard about when Vietnam was ramping up, they were sending weapons and trainers. And all of a sudden, Ukraine is getting U.S. weapons and NATO is sending trainers over to make sure that they know how to use this weaponry. Man, I don't like the way that sounds. And I know what it kicks open the door for our men and women in uniform, because NATO all is basically dependent on the United States of America. So we will be the ones sending our men and women and our boys and girls, our children and grandchildren off to this war.
Well, I think you said it the other day, Friday, best. No, we already have them there. They're already on the ground. We have boots on the ground. They're training. They're doing
for a long time.
And we've already gotten a warning from Putin, who, if everybody really believes he's as crazy as they say, and he's going to go off and take out every NATO nation and do all the things they're going to say, especially Democrats, well, then you should be concerned about the U.S. saying, yeah, go ahead, use weapons against this lunatic, because the first thing he'll see that as is the start of World War III. He'll see that as an attack by the U.S., and he'll use it. He's already warned us about that. So, yeah, everybody should be against the U.S. weapons being used by Ukraine.
Just an escalation that the more that we see it going down this road, you realize you do have people within this administration that are itching for a fight.
Yep.
Yeah, and not only are they itching for a fight, they're itching for a rebuild because there's money on both ends, and they're like, can't wait to get it.
The crazy part is we're at our weakest. Like, you don't pick a fight when your arm's broken. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, when you're at your weakest, you don't go up to the bully and go to throw dukes and throw hands. You wait until you're ready for that. And we don't have a person in the White House or the Pentagon, in my opinion, that is up to this fight, even if we supported it.
You know, they keep pushing this, we need to have a terrorist and Israeli ceasefire. But nobody wants to call a ceasefire for Ukraine, who is going to lose this war as it goes on. Instead, they go, hey, let's keep it going. Let's give them weapons. And maybe that'll even draw us and other countries in as well. This is so stupid, and our administration is leading us down one of the most dangerous paths in history. We have too many lunatics in this world, whether it's Putin, whether it's Kim Jong-un, whether it's Zelensky, whether it's, if you want to think it's Netanyahu, if you want to think it's Iran, whoever it is, we know President Xi. There's too many crazy people that want power, and they're all fighting for it, including the Biden administration. And by sending U.S. weapons or okaying U.S. weapons to be being used against Russia, it's just such a bad idea, because you know what? If Russia gets involved, guess who else is getting involved? China. Guess who else is getting involved?
Iran.
Yep.
All the buddies.
It's so dumb, man.
Yeah, team murder. Yep. Gets going.
Team murder.
It's a great way to put it. And I don't see good
things. They want to destroy
us.
us.
No, that's the ultimate
It's
goal,
not like
course.
they're like, hey, we want to destroy Ukraine. If they get involved, they want to destroy the Western country of the United States of America, who they believe is the bad guy.
Well, again, this is not as much as it's fun to say, hey, they want to destroy. Well, they can't. But what do they want to do? They want to lessen our power around the world.
That's exactly
China
right.
wants to be the global world leader. That has always been their plan. And you know what they also want to do? Sell us everything they can possibly manufacture.
Yeah.
They want us subservient to them. That is their goal.
And they're doing a good job of getting there.
And they'll do whatever they got to do to make sure that's the goal moving forward.
But this is also a way for the Biden administration and Nikki Haley and all the establishment to say, hey, they're going to use U.S. weapons, so you know what we need to do? We need more taxpayer dollars. We need more help to build more weapons.
We need you to pay for it.
Yeah, we've got to go ahead. Look, we're out of oil at the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. You know why? Because I did it in a pandering effort. So we need to refill that. We need to refill our ammunition and all of our munitions. We need to make sure that we're doing this. And we're going to go ahead and get those prideful Navy SEALs out there to help us fight the fight. Which, by the way, this weekend with that whole Navy SEAL Pride thing, dude, get some kickback on that one, my friends.
If you've not seen it, look it up. It's easy to find on social media, and it is like nothing I've ever seen. Anyway, the other big problem with NATO is you got Turkey as a NATO member, right? And a while back, we had a good relationship with Turkey. We do not anymore, I don't believe. They're still a member of NATO. So whose side are they on? When this thing comes to a head and NATO troops go in, whose side is Turkey on? And I don't believe it's ours.
No, I don't think any of them want.
But they're a
in
member
all
of
reality,
NATO.
listen, even some of the countries that they say they love us and they're a member of NATO, they don't like us.
No,
they hate us.
Of course.
And they have every reason to in a lot of ways, because we do interfere. We do create coups. We're creating a coup in our own country. People look at us like we're complete fools, and they should. They look at us as, hold on one second, there was nothing going on here. Putin wasn't going in there when Trump was there. The United States is guilty of making sure all these wars have happened, and they continue to do it. And I think a lot of countries, whether they're part of NATO or not, do not like us.
Yeah, I think that's
and will turn on us. Look, This is the same as, well, I'm going to ride the hot wave. I'm a bandwagon jumper. If Russia, China, and everybody else is getting up against them, Brazil and all of BRICS is going against the U.S., the dollar's collapsing. Guess whose side they're going to jump on? Not the U.S.'s.
You're seeing that happen in South America. You're seeing it happen in Africa. You're seeing it happen in the island nations in the Pacific. The Chinese they got the hot hand, man. They're buying everybody off.
Yeah.
They use their incredible amounts of money to give people whatever money they need to do, whatever they need to do, infrastructure-wise. And then when those countries can't pay them back, they're like, well, we need access to that airstrip. We need to build a base on your property.
It's funny you mentioned that. You're having trouble paying that bill. Well, we got a solution.
We got a solution.
Give us
some
access.
What do you think?
Yeah.
Dude, that's bad news.
And Carlos will tell you, they're so desperate. They have so many people, and their job is to go ahead and save those people. They'll do anything to help their people, even if it means overrunning the United States, selling our debt to others that are no good, continuing to devalue the dollar. They have to protect themselves. And quite frankly, who blames them? I want to protect ourselves. I want America first. I want to shut our borders down. I want to do that too. I want to make sure we're not as evil as China, but they are going to do whatever they can to protect their people.
And rightfully so. Rightfully so. And that's
dominate.
Well, right, that. And then when you think about the amount of Chinese nationals that's come to the United States, what are they building here? We've already seen police stations. We've already seen labs. Absolutely.
California.
What else is happening that we have no idea about? And my mind goes crazy with all the possibilities. I mean, you saw those Chechnyan people that were showing up on the military installations in North Carolina.
Taking a look at stuff.
You have people being arrested all the time that are Chinese, air quotes, Chinese tourists that have the same script that they read after they take pictures of, I'm just a tourist. I didn't know I wasn't supposed to be here.
So wild that we have basically almost taken like the Cold War era and pretend like we don't have the same enemies that we've had in the past.
Right.
That we've actually made it very easy for you to spy on us. You've made it very easy to figure out our infrastructure, where our weak points are, so that in the future, like we talked about, I don't believe that there's going to be some global war. Like World War III is going to be fought in some area of the world, and it's going to be in this region. Here's how it's going to be. I don't think we're going to see it on our shores.
No,
but we will see the cyber warfare.
Yes, we will.
That's going to be real and affecting your power grids and all
water
your
supplies,
infrastructure. Yep.
All of it. Every bit.
And we're going to be caught off guard because we have too many idiots just fighting over whether or not they should persecute a man and upgrade a misdemeanor to a felony. We've been so distracted with all the danger that we've faced. It's just ridiculous at this point.
We don't have time to get into it, but I just want to bring it up nonetheless. Because Lowe's has brought it up so many times, the left eating themselves. And did you see the thing in Philadelphia where it was the Pride Parade and the Palestinian liberation folks, whatever?
Much fun.
And then it was the two lefty organizations going at it.
Of course they were.
They're attacking each other.
I'm more communist. No, I'm more communist.
You know what's funny was there was like Spider-Man, pointing at Spider-Man memes.
Yep.
And that's what was going on. And there was a point where I watched a lot of this, by the way, because they have a lot of live streams out there that you didn't see maybe on Twitter. And the funny part was seeing them stare at each other and then trying to figure out, wait, which side am I supposed to be on? There was some that had keffiyehs on. They're like, wait, I'm with the gay march.
Yeah.
And they're like, well, which side should I?
Yeah, you got to choose a side here.
Oh, it was so funny.
Pick a side.
Those people are idiots.
Oh, man. What a bunch of knuckleheads. Morning Extra and Extra 106.3 when we come back.
They all hug each other over climate change.
Yeah, right. We can agree there.
Let's see where we can figure this thing out, right?
Yeah.
Come on, comrade.
Let's beat each other's face in, and then we'll have a drink over climate change. When we come back, the reason a CNN analyst says we must back Alvin Bragg is humorous at best. We'll play it for you. Let you get a good laugh, too. Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. Tuck, Rhino, Los until 10. Then Beck, Clay and Buck noon to 3. And then 3 to 6. The one, the only, the legend, the Marine, the Yosemite Sam of Extra 106.3. The Kimmer Show, 3 until 6.
Hey, it's the Kimmer. Look out. The Kimmer Show is live every afternoon from 3 to 6, just like the Kimmer. By the way, a little update. Just this morning, I find out that my daughter Jennifer has now received the birthday card and special. I swear to God, I mailed it April 10th. I mean, I could have walked it over there in 6. I could have walked to Denver in 6 weeks. Seriously, I could have walked.
No, you couldn't.
I'll bet you I could do it. I'll bet you if they give me time. In fact, this will be great. Let's do a live expedition, the Kimmers expedition to the final bucket list to probably kill me. And we'll do a live and I'll do a remote like every afternoon. And you guys can do the show from here. And I'll have a live mic every afternoon, and we'll have as I'm walking to Denver.
Yeah. I want to see you walk across Mississippi and Arkansas in July.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
All right, now's the time. More than ever, you see what's going on in this country. I mean, they took a citizen and they weaponized the government against him. What if it got worse? What if it continues to get worse? Well, you better be prepared in case of that emergency. And not only that, listen, there are a lot of things that you need to make sure your family is safe when it comes to making sure they have water, food, and of course, firearms to protect that family as well. And there's only one place, True Prep, Marietta, Cobb Parkway. And if you're new to prepping, they've got everything you need. Go to their website, trueprep.com. Look for the workshops button and find out all the great workshops. They are a locally owned and operated company, and they care about their local community. And that's what I love about them. That's why I love to go down there and find all these cool items that I want, that I need, and I need more than ever because of what's going on in this country with essentials being that high. Freeze-dried food. They've got it already prepackaged, or if you want to start doing it yourself, whether you want to take stuff out of your garden, freeze-dry it, they have the Harvest Right freeze dryer. You can save things for up to 35 years. Make sure your family's protected. Water filtration, firearms, firearm accessories, and ammo, all at the lowest prices around. Right here in Marietta on Cobb Parkway. Go visit them. Tell them Rhino sent you. Go online right now. Check out their workshops, trueprep.com. That's TRU prep.com. Prepare today for a worry-free tomorrow with True Prep.
Hey, Atlanta. It's Ben, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Peach State Pride. Each and every weekend, we bring you all the issues going on around the globe and what America's ultimate role is in order to drive our agenda forward as conservatives. And if you ever miss an episode, you can download everything I've ever done on Apple, Spotify, or you can go to the podcast park. See you around, Atlanta.
If you notice any cracks in your foundation, they are not going to go away. They need to be addressed as soon as possible to reduce additional costs that come with repair. Ramjack is the best company in the industry for repairing your foundation. We have the highest quality products in the nation. So, if you are experiencing foundation problems, please contact us at ramjack.com/Atlanta or call us at 770-502-8881. That's 770-502-8881.
It's June 3rd, and this is your Fox Daily Snapshot. Today is the day for the egg to break out of its shell. National Egg Day celebrates the tasty and nutritious food with 75 calories and 7 grams of protein, turning the egg into a superfood. A terror attack on London Bridge on this day in 2017. 8 people died when a band of terrorists drove a van through a pedestrian walkway on London Bridge. The men, armed with knives, got out of the van and started slashing people in a nearby market. A total of 48 people were injured and 3 terrorists were killed. American icon Billie Jean King wins her only French Open singles title, defeating Yvonne Goolagong of Australia in 1972. Born on this day in 1986, Spanish tennis star Rafael Nadal, also known as the King of the Clay Courts. And in 2016, boxing legend Muhammad Ali died at the age of 74. I'm CJ Papa. That's your Fox Daily Snapshot.
The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's Tug, and here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
I've been going and taking my family to Disney World for 50 years now. Our usual stop was Fort Wilderness RV Resort. That is where I first encountered Disney wokeness, which, by the way, is getting worse.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app. Your voice, your vote. And this year it matters more than ever. So for the unbiased election coverage that affects your family and your community, trust the voices that matter when it matters the most. Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Tug, Rhino, and Losa on the Morning Extra. Glad that you're here. 404-741-1230. Love to get your feedback on any of the discussions that we have throughout the morning. And appreciate the calls that we've had today. 404-741-1230. And you can find us across social media platforms at Xtra1063, at Tug Cowart, at Rhino Xtra1063, at Front Office Los. And if you'd like to reach out to Ed Kemper, you can do that at Joe Tom Virgin.
Joe Ed.
He'll leave you alone.
Joe Ed, yeah, it won't bother you at all.
He won't bother you at all.
Yeah.
Rubs the lotion on its skin, or else it gets the hose again.
The dating will really take, like, I could see, like, will jump up like a tick or two when you start telling young women that. So they keep calling me Ed Kemper. They'll be like, "Who's Ed Kemper?" You'll be like, "Look it up,
look it up,"
or don't. Actually, I prefer you don't, because it would be bad.
It'll tick up then.
I think
you should
get better.
I think you should get an Ed Kemper T-shirt and wear it around.
Vote for Ed or something.
Yeah.
One of the weirdest things
Hashtag
about
free Ed.
one of the weirdest things about those dudes, and it included even Ted Bundy. They get so many pen pals and so many women that are interested
when
in them
they're in
because
jail.
they're dangerous.
Yeah.
Like Ted Bundy got married while he was on trial to a fan.
Freaking crazy, man. Can you imagine being that crazy? Like, you're so crazy that you think a killer is like somehow attractive, sexually attractive, whatever the draw is. Can you imagine being that nuts? I can't. I mean, I'm sure there's something that I'm crazy about, and people are like, man, he's crazy about whatever it is.
It's time to revisit meetaninmate.com.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, well, tell me what that is real quick.
There are babes on there, man.
Yeah.
See?
I know.
No, it's true. These are the pictures of women who are locked up around the country, and you can pen pal with them if you choose to. The crazy part is that you'll see, on some of them, it'll be like, they'll be out in a year, they'll be out in 2 years. Some of them, it's
they ain't getting out.
40 years, and you can look up, like, you just look up their name or their number, and you'll see what they did to typically their spouse.
Woo! Yeah. Meetaninmate.com. And there's women. Where are the women from? I can't really see.
All over the place. Tennessee, Florida, Texas, California,
Minnesota. Good Lord. And they're all relatively attractive women on this website, because they screen
I see what
them.
you're doing, Tug.
What do you mean?
You're getting curious.
I think you should get a
pen.
I think you should get a pen pal. Start writing.
I don't need a pen pal.
Come on.
I'm good. I don't need a pen pal. I'm too busy, man. I got things to do. I don't have time for.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you got to be on the field.
Maximum release date.
Braves game. You don't have time for that.
2027.
What now?
Maximum release date. Earliest release date would be August of 2026. At the worst, February of 2027.
Here you go.
I can wait.
She probably didn't do anything that bad, if that's the case.
She didn't do anything that bad. She's just
a little light arson, maybe.
You want me to look into it? Here,
don't call 911.
Take a look right now. Let's see what this woman did. Just give me 1 minute, and I will get to the bottom of why she's locked up.
Okay. We'll let you get to that. While you look that up, I'm going to play some audio from Jamal Bowman. He's a representative for New York 16. And he said, Democrats have to have Alvin Bragg's back. And it comes down to the most basic things. And look, Republicans say this too about getting out and voting, but he's talking about making sure we have Alvin Bragg's back, because if you don't, you know who is going after him.
We as Democrats have to get Alvin Bragg's back, and we need to speak out about that. We need to surround our brother, especially the Congressional Black Caucus and black Democratic leaders from across this country. We need to surround him, because since the very beginning, they were mischaracterizing him, calling him out his name, and being racist as hell to Alvin Bragg, and I know I deal with it directly. And the last thing I want to say is, this is why elections matter. I don't want to hear this crap about your vote doesn't matter, I'm going to stay home, and all this nonsense about November. If you stay home and you do not exercise the power of your vote, you are giving your power to white supremacist MAGA individuals who are turning this democracy into a fascist state. Bottom line. So we need to mobilize young people, people of color, and people who don't normally vote. Yes, the system is broken. You want to change it, you got to get engaged. And get engaged in support of candidates like me and others across this country who are actually trying to do something about it.
If you don't back out Alvin Bragg, you're turning your vote over and your support over to MAGA extremists, is basically what he said. So I guess that means all of us, we're all MAGA extremists.
Yeah.
Because we don't support Alvin Bragg.
No doubt in my mind.
Yeah. But it's just, I guess it shouldn't be bizarre. I shouldn't say it's crazy. This is part of the scare tactic, right? Like you said, you got to get people out and tell them how racist these people are and how terrible these people are. So we got to get them out and vote. That way we keep Joe Biden in office. And then and then everything's going to be all right. Things are going to get better. I mean, they haven't for the 3 years he's been in there.
Yeah.
But given 4 more years.
Yeah.
Only need 4 more.
Listen, yeah, that's right.
In 4 more years, Joe Biden's going to get sharper. He's going to get younger. His brain is going to heal. Yeah, it's going to be great. It's going to be great.
Well, it's not been great yet.
Alvin Bragg is fantastic. Fonnie Willis is great. Oh, yeah. Jen Jordan, she was wonderful. She gets another opportunity to tell you that if she does get elected, she will not follow the state's constitution or the United States Constitution. Those are the kind of people we need to keep putting in office.
Why would we not? Why would we not? But to go down that path, because it's the one that is probably the most emotional argument. You're turning your vote over to white supremacists, to MAGA Republican white supremacists. I mean, it's like I can't think of a way to phrase it that is more inflaming, more inflammatory, more incorrect. But yet it works, so that's what we're going with.
Well, it's extremely generic, and you do have people that are looking for generic because it's easy to consume.
Yeah.
And that's why they do it.
Well, yeah, and they know that, well, we don't ever have to hold them accountable for all the lies they tell us, all the pandering. If they come through, cool. If not, oh well.
Bill is in Ackworth at 404-741-1230. Bill,
Ackworth.
Welcome to the show. Thanks, man. How are you?
Morning, man. Always love listening to you guys. You guys are just so Johnny on the spot, I tell you. But ultimately, with this prosecuting of Trump, you got to look at it. Alvin Bragg and Fannie, 2 black prosecutors, taking down the rich white man.
Yeah.
And when you look at it in that light, quite naturally, the Biden's administration felt that would give them the cover to make this and solidify this in the black community, because you got 2 black prosecutors taking Trump down. So you black people should rally behind that.
Yeah.
As a black Republican, oh man, I see through all of that. And the average person can see through that. You ain't got to be black, white, orange. It don't matter. You can see through that.
I love that.
Bill.
That's
brilliant analysis.
That's a great analysis. Do you feel like that message is resonating with people, Bill?
Well, you see, here's the thing. In the black community, this is where they miscalculated. Where they miscalculated was this. So often, for years and years and years, let's face it, the average black guy that goes down into a court system, a lot of times, do all of them get mistreated? No. But do a lot of them get mistreated? Yes. And now the black community feels like, wait a minute.
It's
I've been
relatable.
persecuted like that.
It's relatable.
I've gone up against those kind of odds and couldn't make it out. So now all of a sudden they realize they see Trump as like, he's the martyr.
He's like me.
He's standing for us. Yeah. And they're going to rally behind him. And it's going to be, this entire scenario is going to backfire on the Democrats.
A brilliant announcement.
Thank you,
Bill. Thank you so much, man. Bill and Ackworth.
It is awkward.
Call anytime, sir.
And enlightening that you have had the more of this prosecution, more so than any other group that is altered. It has been young black men as far as the numbers swaying towards Donald Trump.
Right.
More so than any other audience. The second behind that is basically the Hispanic population, and then probably after that it's Gen Z, just because of the financial stuff. But this persecution has had the biggest effect on young black men who go, I know what that's like. Yeah. And I see how the system gets used against me.
And then throw on top of it just young men in general across the board becoming more conservative by nature. So you take those two; those are two powerful.
It's just you have young
messages.
You have young men who have really bought into the belief that if you just leave me alone, I can get this thing done.
Mm-hmm. But I think
leave me alone.
I think that's instilled in men, just in your DNA, who you are. Like if you get out of my way and let me do my thing,
it on my
I
own.
will succeed.
Just don't mess with my environment, and I'll go get it done.
And I love that message, man. Bill, thank you so much for calling.
That was awesome.
404-741-1230.
Call more, Bill.
Please do. And you too, listening right now, 404-741-1230. When you got something you want to say, if we talk about something that hits a nerve, and you're like, I have to get this off my chest, I have to tell people what I'm feeling about this, you are welcome on the show.
I found your next wife.
Oh, I'm afraid to find out about My next wife. I
can't
don't want
wait.
to have a next wife.
Her name's Bree.
Yeah, I don't want a next wife.
Bree, that sounds beautiful.
I'm happy with my wife now. I would just like to stay there, but we'll talk about it
Well,
after.
she's not happy with you, maybe.
Could be. After the Fox News update and Neil Bortz report, this is Extra 106.3.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
Well, thus far, nobody has risen to the challenge. And what challenge, you say? Name one state, one city, large, small, one county, one political jurisdiction anywhere in this country, anywhere, where the lives of its citizens were enhanced or improved in any significant way by kicking Republicans out of office and electing Democrats. Just one. Democrats, sad to say, are political lepers. The problem is we're not allowed to put them in leper colonies. They infiltrate our local governments, and the destruction is widespread. Let's go to Boston. The mayor of Boston, Michelle Wu, W-U, more precise, W-U. Well, for one thing in Boston, she has an agenda that is very soft on crime. But then I already told you she was a Democrat, so no surprise there. She wants to abolish the gang registry in Boston, and her argument is that criminal behavior like theft should not be prosecuted, and that the police should not be able to use tear gas, pepper spray, rubber bullets, or dogs. But here, perhaps, is the most ridiculous thing. She wants to expand voting so-called rights. Boston has a new participatory budgeting process under Mayor Wu, designed to be inclusive of all residents, even children as young as 11 years old. Starting in July, not too far away, 11-year-olds in Boston will be able to vote on budget matters, tax matters. It's like Democrats are saying, hey, we know we can't handle this, so let's turn it over to the kids. Use your imagination. Budgeting priorities established by 11-year-olds. Only a Democrat would dream this up. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
Lee Brandt Jewelry and Watch Company, where quality and value make the difference. Locally owned and located in Sandy Springs, offering you the finest selection of unique diamonds, sapphires, rubies, and emerald jewelry, as well as other fine gemstones. Lee Brandt Jewelry and Watches has been servicing Rolex watches for over 30 years, and their Rolex-trained watchmaker will service your watch in their state-of-the-art Rolex service center in their store. Lee Brandt uses only genuine Rolex parts, and their estimates are free. Drop by Lee Brandt in the Trader Joe's Shopping Center in Sandy Springs or visit LeeBrandt.com.
Marketing is everywhere. From the billboards on the highways to the notifications on your phone, we are constantly bombarded with people trying to sell us stuff. What makes good marketing? Are you doing enough in your life personally and professionally to market yourself? You have questions, and the Marketing Madmen have answers. Tune in every Saturday, now at 4 p.m., right here on Extra 106.3 to get practical marketing advice from expert guests who are shaping and reshaping the business world. They say marketing is a madman's game. Join the Marketing Madmen every Saturday at 4 p.m. to find out why.
If you love news and talk, you have to connect with the biggest personalities in the South at thepodcastpark.com. It's more original Atlanta content from Atlanta's hometown talk crew. From legal news to sports and politics, and even archives of interviews from years past. Find the podcast that you love and subscribe everywhere you get podcasts. WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. The 9 a.m. hour is presented by Southern Exteriors. Quality and precision.
Hunter Hunter Biden in court. I'm Chris Foster, Fox News. Jury selection's happening this morning at a courthouse in Wilmington, Delaware for the president's son's federal gun trial.
250 people will be narrowed down to 12 jurors who will determine whether Hunter Biden is guilty of 3 federal gun charges. Federal prosecutors say Hunter lied about his drug use on a form to buy a gun in October 2018, a gun that he kept for 11 days. Hunter has opened up publicly multiple times about his addiction to crack, sharing details in his book, Beautiful Things. He had been hoping a plea deal would help him avoid prosecution in this case, but that deal fell apart dramatically last June, leading to this historic day in court a year later.
Fox's Madeline Rivera. Hunter Biden's the first child of a sitting president on trial for a crime. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says there is more to a proposed ceasefire deal than President Biden outlined publicly Friday, but that it will be possible to pause the fighting with Hamas in exchange for the release of hostages, with other details to be worked out later. Texas House Democrat Sheila Jackson Lee says she's being treated for pancreatic cancer.
The Congresswoman previously battled breast cancer, having been diagnosed in 2011 before announcing the following year she was cancer-free. Jackson Lee has been representing Texas's 18th congressional district for 30 years. Ran an unsuccessful campaign for Houston mayor last year. The progressive 74-year-old lawmaker says, quote, "The road ahead will not be easy, but I stand in faith that God will strengthen me." Ted Lindner, Fox News.
2 police officers are shot in New York City, one in the leg, one hit in the front of his bulletproof vest.
Today we thank God.
Mayor Eric Adams, the officers were trying to stop a suspect going the wrong way on a motorized scooter. He was hit in the ankle by a return fire. Police say he's a 19-year-old migrant from Venezuela who crossed from Mexico into Texas last July. Claudia Sheinbaum is elected president of Mexico. She'll be the country's first woman president. America's listening to Fox News.
Well, the weather's warming up and summer's just around the corner. Everyone has a favorite outdoor activity: golf, bike riding, bird watching, long walks. Ask 100 people, you'll get 100 answers. But if everyday aches and pains are keeping you on the sidelines, I have one answer: Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free daily supplement that helps your body fight pain naturally. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients. It doesn't just mask pain, it helps reduce or even eliminate it. Wherever you're hurting, back, neck, joints, or muscles, in 3 weeks or less, you'll start to feel the difference all day, every day. So whatever you like to do, swimming, pickleball, hanging out in the garden, Relief Factor can help you feel good again and let you enjoy all your favorite outdoor activities all summer long. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF and save on your first order. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Fight pain naturally with Relief Factor.
Hey, it's Clay Travis. Buck Sexton and I are coming your way at noon, but right now we're getting your morning started right with Tug, Rhino, and Carlos Medina on the Morning Extra.
Glad you're here. 404-741-1230 is the number, at Extra 1063 across the social media platforms. You can stream us on the website, extra1063.com, on the app, which is the most flexible way of doing it because you can listen live and on demand. 1063 FM, 1230 AM. I think the TuneIn app, you can get us pretty much anywhere. It's so easy to listen to the station. Stream us on the Extra 1063 YouTube channel. Glad that you're here any way it goes. My son's got his first college wood bat summer league game tonight, so I'm looking forward to going to seeing that. I mean, we've been watching a ton of college baseball. Obviously, Georgia with that big win over Georgia Tech last night was huge. It was cool seeing those had told us about Army showing up, who was also in that regional, to cheer on the dogs, call the dogs. You can see from the indoor facility at UGA, bunch of I bet there's 25 or 30 football players that were watching from the balcony there of the indoor facility. It was just cool to see Athens sold out at a baseball game. Their basketball is coming along. It seems like Georgia's on the right path all the way around when it comes to athletics.
And I don't know if there was a better story in all of sports than Birmingham Southern.
Dude,
did you guys see this?
Yeah. So a kid we know was committed to Birmingham Southern for this upcoming year before they shuttered the entire university.
Right. The university lost its accreditation, lost its funding. It's going away, yet their baseball team continues to advance. They had to do a GoFundMe to pay for the trip to the College World Series at the Division III level.
It's unbelievable, man.
That's really awesome, though.
It's super cool for those kids, but if I'm not mistaken, I think they got put out yesterday.
I think finally their run came to an end.
But I mean, what an extraordinary thing to have happen. You're playing for a school that doesn't even exist anymore.
Yeah.
And then that was what was happening. Charlie Condon's another incredible story. The most home runs in, I think, the SEC or SEC history, maybe even. I think it's like 35 home runs. Last night's game was a whole lot of fun. Because my son has been really focused on working out, getting bigger, faster, stronger. Los, I know you experienced this trying to do the same thing when you were playing college baseball. Yeah. He's been worried about the things that worried's not the right word. He has been focused on eating right and eating healthier. And he actually asked the other day, hey, can you show me how to cook? Nice. He just wanted a brown ground beef, right? He was just trying to make a dish that he had a recipe for. And I think that's a skill that we don't teach enough. And I'm glad that he's finally come around and needed that skill, so we have the opportunity. And I'm not a great cook, Rhino. You are, and I imagine Liam one day will. Maybe he already does.
He's already into. Hey, teach me how to cook. Learn how to cook. We're teaching him little skills.
But there's all kinds of skills like that I feel like that we just don't pay enough attention to. First aid, like CPR and stuff like that. Those are things that we should be doing. There's how to swim. I remember when I was in boot camp. There are guys that are going in the Navy, going to be in the middle of the ocean, didn't know how to swim. It was beyond me that you didn't learn that as a child.
My brother doesn't know how.
To this moment?
To this moment.
Good Lord.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, he's 32 years old, doesn't know how to swim.
And I'm not making fun. By
he never learned. And
was it an active choice not to learn? Or he just wasn't around water? What was, you didn't go to a swimming pool?
I think a lot of it came down to there was always something else.
Okay.
Some other sport.
Yeah.
And it was like, well, hey, we'll get around to this. And by the time he got older, he doesn't like having his head underwater or anything else.
Wow. How about that? Man,
whereas like my kids learned how to, because we did ISR, so my kids at 9 months were in the pool.
What's ISR?
Infant survival.
Okay, got it.
So
I've seen that.
If they fall in the pool, because my in-laws at the time had a pool in the home they were in, so we did the ISR training.
Absolutely makes sense. I would add with that kind of training, swimming, learning to cook, I would add being able to use a firearm.
Yeah,
I think that is a skill that we do not focus on. And we should, because of the Second Amendment alone. You should be able to own and operate. You should be able to be comfortable around a firearm.
I agree. I think I think gardening. I think there are a lot of life skills. I try to teach Liam a lot of different skills that he could survive or do things on, or even. It's as simple as reading and others, like just pushing those kind of things so that they can be better humans. But yeah, I think cooking is a huge one, especially for guys. Jacob should definitely learn that.
Absolutely.
I did have a discussion with your wife yesterday in the suite. She said she thought it was very weird that when you do go shooting that you insist on turning the gun on its side and yelling "break yourself."
Yeah, well,
like everybody at the range looks at you funny.
I did it once or twice, and now she wants to make a big deal out of it.
You no longer want to use the sight, or you want to operate the firearm properly. You start yelling "break yourself" and start shooting with it cut to the side.
Yeah.
Can I tell you something that is embarrassing?
The fact that you took a 50 cal and fired it from the hip?
Yeah, no, not that. Oh. That's also embarrassing, but no, not that.
When Cameron got knocked over by his Desert Eagle.
Yeah.
Is that the embarrassing you're going to admit to?
No.
Oh, God.
when we
punched himself in the nose.
I took my wife to a shooting course because she had never shot, ever.
Yeah.
Never shot.
Yeah.
And I obviously shot growing up, shot in the Navy. Yeah. She ran circles around me, dude.
Doesn't have bad habits.
That's exactly right. She carved out the chest. She carved out the head. Mine looked like it was a shotgun because you had the wad, then you had the spray.
Yourself.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Exactly.
Started blasting.
Bam, bam, bam.
That's right. She outshot me. So and the
Who
guy
do you think
that
she pictured as the target?
I hope not me.
I hope not too.
It does seem like that might be a possibility. Yeah, it could be a possibility.
I hope it wasn't you.
Yeah, me too. I hope it was like a bad guy or something.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, Jesse James. Or,
Joe Biden.
But we all build bad habits if you're not shooting regularly. So whatever. She was a clean slate.
That's right.
They showed her what to do, and she probably followed it letter of the law.
I thought she was going to pass out when we first got in there, though. Because she don't like confined spaces and so it was really confined space.
Yeah.
We went up to Freedom Mill and Cumming and shot, and so a super confined space, very loud. There was a dude shooting an AR that was just really loud
that
in
must
the
have been
lane
fun.
next to us.
Yeah.
It was warm in there. I thought she was going to pass out at first, and then she pulled herself together and was like, "Bah, bah, bah, bah," and she was like, "Okay, I'm done." And
That
she
was
did,
it.
man. That's all she needed,
And that's it.
That's all
She's
she
done,
needed.
too.
Yeah.
I like when you fire across lanes and hit other people's targets. That's always
I'm
fun.
sure they appreciate that.
Yeah.
You know, but I mean, there's just so many things that we don't treat. And Board Op Joe brought up home ec. I remember doing home ec classes too. That's where we learned to cook. I thought that was.
I
learned
took
to
sewing.
sew. Yes.
Yeah, I took sewing. I was the only guy in there. That was part of the reason.
Well,
I was like, I'll make a soccer ball.
Well, yeah, but you were the smart one because all the chicks were in there.
All the chicks are in there.
We learned how to. A lot of it was baking oriented. Because
Yeah.
we
Yeah.
had the oven set up,
Right.
and so you learned, whether it was a pasta or whether it was. I remember we learned how to do bread.
Yeah.
Like we
Bread
learned
was
how to
awesome.
make bread.
Yeah.
I would love to learn how to make bread. I didn't have a home ec.
Well, you could get home ec class with
Yeah,
Rhino.
come on.
Rhino
Did you guys
Come
have that
over.
at like middle school level, or was that higher for you? Because we did
We did middle
Yeah, we
and
did
high
middle
school.
and high school.
Okay, yeah, we only had it in we had like shop and stuff like that in high school, but home ec was a middle school thing for us.
I was really like, when I was a senior, I was like, I need one more like that. I had to take one more class. And when I was in school, you couldn't just be like, yeah, I got enough credits. They'd be like, you have to fill it up. So you get extra credit. And I'm like, I should take home ec again as a senior. All the young girls in there. Like, I'll take. I decided Spanish 101, like the first Spanish, because I had already been through all that, and I was like, I'm just gonna coast through that and take the test. And
Smart.
show up.
Smart.
But
Way to go,
I should
man.
have taken home ec again.
Yeah, and then shop class you brought up, because I don't
Shop
think
was
many
awesome.
I know Alpharetta didn't have a shop class. And
Really?
no, not that I'm aware of. I don't think they have it at all. And I think that's another good one that we need to bring back, man. Just being able to operate a bandsaw or any kind of saw. Build something.
That was my favorite. We did so many different wood projects. Mr. Orr was my teacher, and I loved Mr. Orr in Sass at high school. That was one of my favorite classes, to learn how to use all those tools. Now, I grew up in a lumberyard. My father always has been in that industry, so I kind of knew it. But at the same time, to be able to create like picture frames and wood and
Shelves.
learn other shelves, other tools that you don't normally use, I think shop classes. I think any of those technical. We had auto shop in our school too.
We did too.
Yeah,
my
that was
buddy,
awesome.
he still to this day works at the dealership in the at the company. So it was like a North Georgia Toyota. I don't think it's that called,
Right.
but in Dalton. But he got a job out of high school working there as a mechanic. Worked there for years and years and years. Finally, after probably 20 plus years, he opened his own shop and now works on people's cars. But that was a job that he got because of that shop class. He was already interested in it.
Yeah.
But that auto mechanic class, I said shop, auto mechanic class, that paid dividends. And now we're looking at trade schools that are all of a sudden exploding. We need to get back to that in high schools too.
I would love to see it. Let's get away from some of those ridiculous classes that they're
mean
trying to
nothing.
push in and put more of those technical classes back in. And let's start growing that and allowing kids to do that. And if you want to have your like gender studies class and all that, open up your own asylum and go ahead and learn all that there.
That's right. Morning Xtra.
I meant
next
school.
to- Yeah,
School. Sorry, did I say asylum?
No,
That's
you
weird.
did, but I knew what you meant. I knew it. I knew what was
See, I told you, my mind, like as we were
Yeah,
talking
we were
about it
talking
earlier, we
earlier
get
in the
forgetful
show.
of
Yeah.
words. That was the
happens.
first word that came to my mind when thinking of gender studies.
I understand
Oh,
why.
sorry, my bad.
The New York Intelligencer. It's a magazine, super lefty magazine. I was reading this article that talked about Donald Trump being convicted, and I was like, oh, okay, this is going to go the way I expect it to, and they're celebrating. And they were, in the beginning, they were celebrating the conviction of Donald Trump. They commended the jury for making the right decision. But it was interesting, the more I read into the article, the more they talked about how the Trump trial should have never made it to court to begin with. This is the leftiest of lefty magazines, and they're saying, look, the jury just did what the jury was tasked to do, and they were tasked by a man that was political, who gave to Joe Biden's campaign, who gives to StopRepublicans.com or .org, whose daughter works for the Democrat Party. He was like, there's no way that man should have been on this trial to begin with. This is a lefty magazine. They were like, they were happy as could be that Donald Trump was convicted, but they said it never should have taken place, to begin with.
Well, they realize, and maybe they're still the ones who have hope that this sticks. Because when you look at it and you say, these are all these inconsistencies, this is why this will be overturned. But that's why it's a show trial. It was set up to get what you're going to get so that it can be used for several months leading up to an election. None of this is going to stick.
No, of course it's not. But
they're hopeful it was.
They're fine with it because they don't like Donald Trump and they're leftists. But they're at least honest enough to say this should have never happened. And this is going to start happening on the other side, which isn't any better because you can't yell at someone saying don't do it and then turn around and do it too. And that's the thing. They just talked about how this is going to be great. You know, this talking point of he's a convicted felon. They can't wait to use that. And the people at the New York Intelligentsia is like, y'all don't know what you're asking for. You're going to get this and then immediately regret it.
Oh, yeah, they're going to regret it. They've regretted every step of the way. And, you know, if they were just smart enough to look at the other side and how energized they'd be and how energized they were when we legitimately went after a president who said, hey, you're not getting your $1 billion unless you do business with me, Ukraine, and we'll continue to fund that. They got so defensive over that. They felt it was wrong. They got all excited about it, but here's the facts. Here's what it is. And you know what? You should be scared. I don't care how you feel about Trump. I don't care how you feel about Biden. You should be scared that this power is in either party's hands at this point, that the establishment can continue to weaponize against its people. And they know that. And anybody who's smart knows that.
I ask you this question. If you were in a scenario where Joe Biden was leading in all the polls across the country, would you not be throwing your Hunter Biden Hail Mary right now?
What do you mean?
Would you not be looking to tie Hunter Biden to all of his crimes and everything that he's done and then hopeful that it would somehow link back to the president?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, that's all they did.
Yeah.
That's what they did. And it's unfortunate because that's how crazy they've become. They knew it was going to fire up people on our end. They didn't realize it was going to come to this extent. They thought, because the way that their rabid fan base is, that will do just enough damage that it'll help Joe in the election. They didn't expect $200 million in donations over the weekend.
Yeah, that's
and this
the
kind
unintended
of
consequence.
They can't see beyond their emotions.
No,
it was a calculated move on their part, just as we would do it. But they did not expect this sort of outburst.
And just like they've not, I don't see how they miss it, though. I mean, everything they've done has either increased Donald Trump's polling numbers, increased his fundraising, or not changed the polling at all. Because that's where we are right now. The polling hasn't changed. No. The Democrats are voting for Joe Biden. The Republicans are staunchly voting for Donald Trump. But the interesting part that I don't think they've taken into consideration is the independents. And all of a sudden, the independents are looking ripe for the picking for Donald Trump because they see the show trial, too.
Yeah, I think them and libertarians who are not going to be happy with Chase Oliver are going to look and go, oh, you know what? Let's go for Trump. Let's go against the weaponization of the government. Let's go against the administration that continues to destroy this country, leaves our borders wide open, and then pretends pandering-wise that, oh, now we'll use an executive order. Where was that 3 years ago? Who knows? So I think a lot of people will start moving. It's not about bringing in like a whole group. Look, I don't think Donald Trump expects, hey, I'm going to bring in this large swath of Democrats. What he's looking for is, let me bring in 3 to 7% of the black community. Let me bring in 7 to 10% of the Hispanic community. Let me bring in some of the suburban women from the school. He's bringing in these small groups, but he's getting a lot more than he even bargained for. And now, when you start looking at the polls and the numbers, you go, if you're a Democrat, you're in big, big trouble.
That's what Bill from Mackworth said.
This is an operation. And phase 2 of the operation, they got this guilty verdict. Here's what we got. Phase 2 of the operation's already at hand. Newsweek, Donald Trump stung by multiple polls after being found guilty. ABC News, half of Americans think guilty verdict is correct, should end the campaign. New Yorker, Americans' most powerful pollster discusses this election and the hurting of Trump. This is all by design. This is all the way it's supposed to make you feel like you're supportive of this man and donating $200 million. There's something wrong with you.
You're guilty.
No, you know that there's something wrong with this country. This is the elixir.
And that's right. Yeah, that's the result of people realizing that there's something wrong. And that's why I pulled in $200 million.
This is phase 2 of this. They got what they wanted. Now it's, okay, now we got to ride it. Now we got to see if we can change these people, because all the billions of dollars that they're spending right now in these different states is not moving anything for Joe Biden.
It's the new phobia. It's the new ist. Whatever the ist is in the situation, whether it's sexist or racist or whatever, that's the new ist. How do we make you feel bad for your support, like you said, of Donald Trump? Morning Extra and Extra 106.3. The 9 o'clock hour is brought to you by Southern Exteriors. They are the Southeast's premier home exterior solution, quality and precision you can rely on for 20 years. SouthernExteriors.co. Yes, it is .co. SouthernExteriors.co or 877-9-SOUTHERN.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines. Presented by RBM of Atlanta, your Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
All right, here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Monday, June 3rd. All right, latest information about the water main breaks that have been impacting the city of Atlanta. Some of them are still having problems. A lot of customers still without water. A boil water advisory is also still in effect, according to Mayor Dickens. Hartsfield-Jackson Airport also suffered an outage, although it was not related to the water main breaks in the city. Power at the busy airport was knocked out after an airline contractor drilled into a power line. After an hour, power was restored and all impacted gates and concessionaires are now operational. 3 people in DeKalb County were found with gunshot wounds outside an adult establishment called Pinup Strip Club. DeKalb County police confirmed that 8 people were shot in total outside the club. Police believe that 2 of those shot are suspects and will be transferred to DeKalb County Jail upon release from the hospital. It's not clear at this time what led up to the shooting. And in sports, Sean Murphy drove in the go-ahead run with a bloop double in the 7th to give the Braves a 3-1 win over the Oakland Athletics and a much-needed series win. The Braves will take the day off before they head to Boston to take on the Red Sox tomorrow night.
As it turns out, political prosecution and persecution is good for fundraising. Next on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3, Tug, Rhino, and Los until 10. Then Beck, Clay, and Buck, local afternoon show with the Kimmer, Pete and Flounder, 3 until 6.
Tug, you're red, white, and blue. These colors don't run.
Thank you, Lois. Thank you. That's exactly right. And there ain't no need to start.
The Morning Extra, 6 to 10 a.m. on Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra app.
Oh, there's good news if you are like me in a situation where you can't downsize, you can't move. So we've just refocused, and that is taking care of our biggest investment, our home, having it painted, having a new deck put on, or at least for ours, we've got a deck. We want to have it extended. We want to have it refurbished, and we want to have it extended so we have a bigger deck. So we're going to start pouring money into our house. That's the only thing that we can do, right? We can't move. Interest rates won't allow it. Home prices won't allow it. We wouldn't even be able to stay in the area that we live in because we wouldn't be able to afford it. So we're putting that money into our home, our biggest investment. And if you're thinking about the same things, whether it's roofing, siding, gutters, windows, you name it, Southern Exteriors can get it done for you. And they have a facility down in Jackson, Georgia that will blow your mind. I mean, this thing is the size of the Pentagon. I mean, you got to go from one side to the other. It'd take you a day and a half. They are big enough to handle jobs in Metro Atlanta, which they've done for over 20 years. They can handle jobs across the Southeast, which they've done for over 20 years. And they can handle your job. They will not make you wait. They have an on-site foreman that has any question that you ask an answer to. Whatever you need done. If you got to get that leaky roof fixed, faded siding painted or replaced, drafty windows, clogged gutters, Southern Exteriors can transform your home. And they'll do it fast with quality that lasts. 877-9-SOUTHERN, southernexteriors.co. Yes, I didn't misspeak. It's southernexteriors.co.
Well, Stephen, I'm sorry. Unfortunately, we can't offer you the position.
Why?
Well, we ran your background check and there were several red flags.
Like what?
You were arrested 7 times for reckless driving.
So
you're applying for the school's bus driver position.
If you're in charge of hiring for your company, you know how helpful a background screening can be. That's why companies that use Horizon background screening make smarter hiring decisions. Don't let the wrong hire put your company at risk. Get the real story on your candidates at horizonscreening.com. Horizonscreening.com.
Shooting drills. A coach who knows the game can teach their team how to improve. But one who genuinely cares about each player
You have what it takes. We got this.
can inspire them to win. At Truist, we believe the same is true for banking. Because when you work with someone who knows a lot and cares even more, you're unstoppable. Truist, leaders in banking, unwavering in care. Start feeling unstoppable. Visit truist.com/care. Truist Bank, member FDIC, leading based on top 10 U.S. commercial bank.
Summer has arrived, and the month of June is jam-packed with great baseball and fun at Truist Park. The Atlanta Braves have two amazing matchups coming up, including the Tampa Bay Rays and Detroit Tigers, June 14th through the 19th. Plus, there's two gate giveaways, including the Kids Softball Bow giveaway on the 16th and the Belt Bag giveaway presented by Truist on the 17th. Visit Braves.com/promos to purchase your tickets. Atlanta Braves baseball, we are Braves country.
Hey Atlanta, it's Ben, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Peach State Pride. Each and every weekend, we bring you all the issues going on around the globe and what America's ultimate role is in order to drive our agenda forward as conservatives. And if you ever miss an episode, you can download everything I've ever done on Apple, Spotify, or you can go to the podcast park. See you around, Atlanta.
As an official community partner of the Atlanta Braves and the Atlanta Braves Foundation, the Warrior Alliance connects warriors and their families to free services such as health and wellness, housing, employment, education, legal services, and so much more. We need your financial support to increase our impact and change thousands of lives for those who served in the U.S. Armed Forces. It takes more than just thank you for your service. Make a donation to help warriors navigate to success after service. Go to thewarrioralliance.org/donate and make a difference today.
Hey gang, it's your old friend Neil Bortz. You can catch me every Tuesday morning here on the Morning Extra. Now back to Tug, Rhino, and Carlos on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
Get the app so you can listen live and on demand. Wherever you get your apps, just search for XTRA 106.3 FM Atlanta. We won't charge you a thing. The only thing we ask is that when you need a good or a service, that you give the people you hear advertising on Extra 106.3 the first opportunity to earn your business. That is it. We're not asking you to buy something you don't need, asking you to pay for a service that you don't need. We just want you, when you do need them, to support the people that support us, which shares your values. That's it. Morning Extra. Pluto is a free TV. Have y'all ever watched Pluto TV? I have.
No.
It's just the free little download app there on my Roku machine.
I do Tubi.
Tubi, okay, which is very similar.
Same thing.
Pluto has Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. They're going to launch a Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood channel. Do y'all remember watching that as a kid?
Oh, gosh.
A little
yes.
bit. I almost want to go watch this to see if it stands up. You know, to see if it holds the test of time.
Sure.
Because I have fond memories of Mr. Rogers. And now the little puppets when he went to Make-Believe Land or whatever,
yeah,
the train,
yeah,
was a little odd. They weirded me out a little bit.
I just remember
Those
being in
creepy.
preschool and it being on in the background.
Yeah.
That and Sesame Street were like the two predominant ones I remember that would air during the time where we were able to watch that stuff.
And it's funny you bring up Sesame Street because Apple TV is launching a new Jim Henson documentary. And it is basically behind his thought process of putting together Sesame Street and The Muppet Show.
Are they going to explain to me Fraggle Rock?
I don't know if he'll get. I would imagine they would get into it, right? I mean, you have to at least address it.
Yes,
because I mean that was a huge show.
It does, looking back on it, feel like the weirdest of ideas.
Like an underground
society
of like these weird animals,
Muppet
these
thingies.
little alien things,
Yeah.
you know. And the Doozers, they would build this things that the Fraggles ate,
right?
Yeah, whatever that was all about.
It's very strange,
dude. How high was he?
That's my question.
I mean, he seemed like a very wholesome man, but you had to be drinking heavily or something to come up with that.
Pretty creative to come up with that one.
Hey, and
imagine the pitch.
Yeah. Hey, I got an idea.
Got this idea.
What do y'all think?
They're all going to be underground.
What do you think?
And they're going to eat some of the stuff that they make.
You think?
I'm so high right now, y'all. I'm about to go sleep on y'all.
That's exactly right, Joe. Perfect timing. For the guy that was in court During the hearing about Bonnie Willis and Nathan Wade, I'm so high right now. I'm about to fall asleep on y'all. Sorry, Judge. My bad. That's so funny. But I look forward to it. In Pluto TV, they also have that. They put it on at the dentist office I go to. It is the Bob Ross channel. So
I love that one.
Me too, man. Those happy little trees.
Talking about stuff to fall asleep to.
No kidding.
Oh my gosh,
dude! I loved Bob Ross though. I really do. I enjoyed it. And I know it's old, and I know he's dead, and I still kind of like it. Once in a while, I'll pull it up on YouTube and just watch a Bob Ross episode because it's so soothing, and he talks so softly, and he's such a nice man, You
ever seen the Ryan Reynolds impression of that?
No.
It's all drug jokes.
Okay. Well, look.
Like, the entirety is drug jokes.
I think there was probably something going on there with Bob Ross. There was something
Come
tells
on,
me.
man.
I don't know if it was
Don't
the
you
big
do that.
afro or the beard or the hippie way he
lived in Alaska, right?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know that.
Could you grow the plant?
I don't know, but
in that climate,
you probably pick it
You
up.
can grow the plant anywhere in the world, and Bob Ross may have grown plants everywhere, for all I know.
But ferns, I would imagine it was probably ferns.
Yeah, sure.
And,
whatever.
Just nice flowers.
Good for him.
What I expect. Anyway, I just thought if you like Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, there'd be something to watch, and then to that whole Apple TV thing with Jim Henson. I look forward to that. And there's a new Peanuts, a new Charlie Brown cartoon that's going to come out too, which I love. One of my favorite things to watch. And especially around the holidays. But this might be one that's not holiday based that might be good for Charlie Brown. Who knows? You can't ever tell. Maybe so. It beats watching what's on TV right now, which is wall-to-wall Trump is convicted coverage. I mean, that's all you're seeing. I mean, I'd rather watch Bob Ross. I'd rather watch Mr. Rogers. I'd rather watch Charlie Brown.
I'm going to give you Fraggle Rock.
Yeah, or Fraggle Rock. I would love to watch some Fraggle Rock. Yeah, absolutely. Is that on Max?
I have no idea. Probably.
We need to figure that out, where we can watch some Fraggle Rock. Maybe we'll bring in our best of Fraggle Rock episodes and do like critiques of it or something.
That's a good idea.
For social media, just as a different angle, just to have something to talk about other than Trump being convicted on a flimsy trial.
It's on Apple TV.
It is Apple TV. Okay, so I have that. Well, I guess I can watch it there. But the thing is, even though he was convicted, it did the exact opposite of what the Democrats wanted it to do. He raised, I just learned this morning, $200+ million since the conviction came down 5 o'clock on Thursday. $200 million. And this is from people that are giving $5 and $10 donations. How many? And you had the billionaires too, the hedge fund guys that were giving as much as they can legally, I guess.
Oh, they're making the $300,000 deposits.
Yeah, but there had to be a grip of people that were doing just the whatever they could afford, 5 and 10, like regular blue collar Americans, to get to that number. It had to be.
Oh, it had to be. There were so many people, and obviously we follow a lot of people, and I was watching as people were doing exactly what you said, $20, $25, whatever they could. Some people thousands of dollars, and the more that were out there saying they were, the more that you saw coming in all weekend long. I mean, it started at what, 56 million, now over $200 million.
Unbelievable, man.
I love that they keep energizing the people to stand up for what's right and to help. He's not going out there begging for money. I mean, there are obviously campaign donations that you can go to, and you're going to get text messages here and there. But people just said, hey, enough's enough. We're going to make sure this man gets in office.
It is a significant amount of money. Again, if you're missing earlier in the show, Eric Trump talked about how their small donations got into that 50 million something range, and then with everything since conviction got to 200 million. Okay, that's a lot of ad time, because typically what has happened, the Democrats have always been able to depend on, we have more in the kitty than you, we're going to be able to flood the zone. If you're getting 4 times the amount that Joe Biden has gotten since he started this entire thing, and you did that in about 48 hours, you're going to overwhelm them with any kind of advertising you want.
Well, no, that's right. And the donations were so rampant that it shut down the website.
Crashed
it crashed the website like Friday morning.
Crashed not only his, but also like the others, like WinRed, which is a different website. But yeah, they crashed all of them.
Yeah, I'm just so, I don't know, man. I didn't donate, but there was that part of me that goes, I should.
Yeah.
Because I don't know that I've ever donated to any campaign ever. It's just it's not anything I do. I'm like, if you got to work through it. But there was that part of me that felt compelled. I didn't do it, but that doesn't mean I won't do it, because it's still in the back of my head.
Yeah.
And maybe it's $10, maybe it's $20, maybe I get it crazy and give $50.
Whoa!
But
I'm going to send a Honey Bank ham card.
I got it.
I got it from Mr. Dickey. I'm Jewish, and well, I'm like, Mr. Dickey, I'm Jewish. You're giving me a Honey Bank ham card? I'm going to send that to Trump.
Yeah, but if it's about to expire, man, you maybe feed the campaign for the day.
That's true.
Something,
and he's under house arrest. Might as well send him a nice ham.
Give what you can.
Yeah.
I know. I love that. I think it's a good thing to do. And
you got like a car wash certificate, perhaps something for Red Lobster.
Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely. Tidal Wave.
Tidal Wave.
Wave. I got
Mike Key gave us all one.
Yeah.
Did you get one, Los?
Yeah, I did.
You do get the $30 from Tidal Wave. Yes. Rhino's got his. Like mine's on my desk. Rhino's got his ready to go. Like when he walks out of here at 10:01, he can go straight and get his car cleaned
I got some garbage in the back of my truck. I'm going to go throw that away and take care of that. I might do it in their dumpster. That's a good idea, actually. And then I'm going to go get my car cleaned because it's a disaster right now.
Well, it's a $30 value. I say you sell it to somebody in the office for $10, and then you send that over.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Now that's being entrepreneurial.
Or go get 6 of them and $10 each, and then you could get like
okay. Well, then you sound like Joe.
Keep 10 in your pocket.
I took a whole bunch of them.
Yeah, you sound like Joe. He just said he took 10.
You know what you need to do? Go without the car. Clean yourself. Use one of those for that.
I have a shower.
All right.
Well, use that too.
But I mean,
I never learned.
I don't know that you need to take advantage of the system and the situation that way, Joe. I mean, I really do think you should probably give 9 of those back. That's just me. And call 911 if somebody's house is on fire.
No,
don't waste your time.
Okay, both. Again, there's a difference here. If I'm driving past your house and it's on fire, I call 911. If I'm delivering packages,
you throw the package in the burning house.
Not in the burning
house.
That's
what the driver did.
I'm just saying, my focus, I might not even notice the fire because I'm so focused.
Seems hard to miss.
Yeah,
house burning. Yeah.
You think all houses burn and it's just obvious?
Big plumes of black smoke coming out of it seems pretty obvious. Yeah.
Not if you're not paying attention, if you're focused on your job.
Yeah.
But if
you like run up, you're like, man, I'm getting this done quick. Boom, boom, boom. Boy, it was a little warm over by that house. Just keep going. You didn't notice.
You didn't notice.
Yeah. What we're talking about earlier, we got into this discussion about a Amazon driver who delivered a package to a house that was on fire. Amazon has since apologized for doing that. So,
would you want the driver to go up and pee on it?
No, just
like that would be worse.
No, I don't want anybody peeing.
Why do you think when you argue with
your
wife, you do it indoors and not on the front lawn?
Yeah, because there's none of anybody else's business.
Yeah,
but what's that got to do with it?
Well, because you don't want to make it obvious to everybody what's going on.
Yeah, but what I don't understand.
Like if the whole house is on fire, I'll probably notice it in that case. But I'm just saying that if I'm really focused on my job and I'm keeping it moving for Amazon or anybody else, sometimes I might not even notice the things.
No
like
offense, if I'm walking up to someone's house and they're in it and it's on fire, I'm like, well, they should probably realize this by now and call them themselves.
If you're
they
fighting,
probably already called.
If you are fighting with your wife on the back deck, and I'm dropping off a package, I'm not really concerned about her well-being, but you're fighting with her in the front yard. Now you kind of made it obvious to me.
Yeah, you're
just saying some things I'll notice, some things I won't.
Yeah, burning down a house. I think a house on fire would probably get most people.
Are we talking like a raging inferno? Yes. Or are we talking like a Joe Biden kitchen fire?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Joe Biden kitchen fire.
Right.
Yeah, but
that's what I'm saying. If I deliver a package and they're like, "Hey, the house is on fire," it's like it was a little kitchen fire. I didn't know.
Right. I didn't know.
Yeah, but
and I would have assumed the police would have already called.
This was a house burning down. And they, like Amazon has apologized for it.
Prove it.
I have to look it up.
And then look, I mean, in all honesty, if you see a house burning down and it's already gone, you're like, well, I'm sure the neighbors called. I'm sure someone else called. Why would I got to get back to my job.
So I got to get my package here.
Yeah. Why would I call?
Why do I need to be nosy?
I don't live in this neighborhood.
I've never seen anything like this.
In fact, I'd yell and be like, your neighbor sucks, sir. Don't blame me.
I could have called 911. I don't know why
Have you ever called 911 just to have other people tell you, like, oh, that one's already been called in?
Yeah, I have.
Isn't that embarrassing?
No.
That suburban white woman doesn't even work. She's standing out on her porch watching it. She didn't call.
Why
would I call?
She's called.
Don't you realize at that point you turn into Darren?
Who's Darren?
The male Karen.
Yeah.
you ended up doing that. I had to call because I saw it's like, yes, Darren, we've already gotten 8 calls about that, Darren. But I'm glad you went ahead and called too.
Can you go ahead and make sure Darren is known as the guy who called and I saved the world? Shut up, Darren.
I'd be okay with being the 8th person that called and knowing that the house was going to be.
I had one time, and this was 14 years ago. The only reason, because this was when my wife was pregnant with our first child.
Okay, yeah.
And we'd gone to a friend's get-together. Of course, my wife is designated driver at this point, which was like an awesome time for me. And so I'm a little tipsy in the car. We're driving back. It's
You're listening to Shabuzi going down the road, tipsy.
It was like 2 or 3 in the afternoon, right? And these 2 dudes were basically drag racing on 400.
Whoa!
And one of them, I mean, we're talking like ripped right in front of my car with my pregnant wife driving. And he lost control of his car.
Oh, wow.
And he spun up the embankment on 400 at exit 9 and wrapped his car around like one of these poles. And I looked at him and I just saw, I was like, wow, that car's messed up. And I called 911.
Whoa.
And I told them, hey, here's where the mile marker is. Here's this. This guy, he was drag racing. He was doing this.
So you're a hero.
I commend that. Yeah.
And then the operator asked me, she goes, did you stop to render aid? I said, hell no.
No.
He almost hit my car with my, I go, I hope he's got a broken leg in there.
Right.
And so somewhere there is a call of me calling Tipsy to inform about an accident and then saying, did you stop to render aid, sir? Hell no.
We need to recreate that.
This dude almost hit us and my pregnant wife. Yeah. And the fact that he's, now wrapped around that guardrail, tough luck.
Yeah, absolutely, dude.
Somebody else fix it.
You're not wrong there.
But I knew I was first at that.
Get a helmet.
That's right. But I knew I was first there.
Right.
I'm not calling about your kitchen fire.
Well, but this was a house burned down, so.
Yeah, I usually just honk at someone when they're in an accident and go, stop trying to ruin my day, and go around them.
You have such a big heart. That's what I love about you.
I got important things to do.
Clearly.
Someone's going to call. They're going to figure it out.
Doug Rhino and Lowe's on the Morning Extra at Extra 1063. 404-741-1230 at Extra 1063 across the social media platforms. A view of Trump derangement syndrome from the couch next as we wrap up the bonus hour of the Morning Extra. We're on until 10, then back. The Kimmer Show is only on Extra 1063 every weekday afternoon on your drive home.
There is no way that this has been an honest, legitimate trial. Any layman, just watching the interviews with all the legal experts and scholars and professors, and honestly, every single one, even CNN and MSNBC, it's unbelievable.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 1063 and the Extra app.
Convenience is defined as the state of being able to proceed with something with little effort or difficulty. Well, at RBM of Atlanta, we embody this philosophy. Meet our Mercedes-Benz pickup and delivery service. It gives you back time and money. Does your Mercedes-Benz need service? If so, we'll pick up your vehicle that's requiring service from your home or office and bring it back to our dealership for the required service. With over 100 appointments available every weekday, over 50 appointments on Saturdays, and more than 200 courtesy vehicles in our fleet, we're here to serve. We'll work around your schedule. We're here to save you time, energy, and money. RBM of Atlanta is a J.D. Power 2023 Diamond Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience and Georgia's only 9-time Mercedes-Benz Best of the Best winner. We're proud to be Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964. Pickup and delivery service restrictions do apply. Ask your service coordinator or service advisor for details.
Tax season can be stressful, but it's also a wake-up call. It's time to think beyond April and plan for your future. At Master Plan Retirement Consultants, we're not just advisors. We're your partners in building a secure retirement. At Master Plan Retirement Consultants, we understand the challenges Georgians face. That's why we offer personalized strategies to maximize your retirement income, minimize taxes, and ensure you never outlive your assets. Join the Master Plan family and let us guide you through every financial milestone. Visit masterplanretire.com to schedule your appointment today. Master Plan Retirement Consultants, where your journey and destination are both important. Visit masterplanretire.com to schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Advisory services offered through Master Plan Retirement Consultants, Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates, Inc., DBA Master Plan Retirement Consultants. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
It's the time of year where the owner of Central Heating and Air, Santa Chuck, is bringing back the 4th annual Christmas in July, benefiting Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. Now through July, $10 from every new maintenance agreement will go directly to the Christmas in July program. The more maintenance agreements you sign up for, the bigger and better we can make Christmas in July. And remember that Central Services all makes and models. So call 770-GET-HEAT, go to centralheat.com. Carrier products, carrier peace of mind. Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier expert.
We're smart, we care. We're Central Heating and Air.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us, too, in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
On this episode of The Real Houses of Atlanta.
Whoa, Bobby, what's going on?
Well, now that I'm the HOA president, I'm going to start cracking down on the neighborhood.
With a sledgehammer?
Oh, look, this place is looking rough, and nobody's moving right now either. So I'm telling the neighbors it's time to fix up the homes they have.
And what do you suggest?
Well, I'm telling everybody on the block about Exovations. They're right here, and they can get your house the facelift it needs. We're talking new siding, roofing, windows, doors, decks, even porches, patios, and porticos. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to start with Jim next door. Hey, Jimmy, you got a window out. Check the bylaws.
Hi, this is Candace with Exovations, and have I got a tip for you. Avoid an HOA headache and let us give your home the facelift it needs. We'll introduce you to our ExoVision, our very own architectural design that allows you to envision your home's transformation before you even start the project. Ready for your on-time, on-budget, and stress-free renovation? Visit exovations.com and book your consultation today.
A verdict that has truly changed America.
This has never been, this is outrageous.
What will happen next? Trust Atlanta's only conservative voice for the real answers and the perspectives that matter to you.
Why did nobody step in when they saw what was going on in New York?
This is Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra app.
Tug, Rhino, Los on the Morning Extra and Extra 106.3. We've been perusing the site. They're called, what is it called again? Inmates, what is it again?
It's meetinmate.com.
Meet an Inmate.
Yeah.
This
is what we tried to hook Kimmer up with a while ago, but none of the inmates would bite on the Kimmer.
That's why we need to get Joe on here.
Yeah. Well, you just got to send a letter. It's like, anybody can do it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We need
to write Sarah. Sarah's going to be out at the worst in 20 years.
Is this the lady in Tennessee?
Earliest in 12, yeah.
Hey, I have my whole parents' basement to myself if you want to move in, Sarah.
Still in 20 years?
Yeah. She shot a woman in the neck.
Oh,
they got in a fight.
Oh. It was a fight. And
over somebody like Joe?
No, it was at a water park and people were drinking.
Self-defense.
So
yeah, it makes sense.
But then there's another woman who she'll be out in 6 years.
Yeah,
she was selling fentanyl-laced pills.
Oh, that's not bad. What'd she look like?
She was very thin.
Wow.
Very thin. Yeah.
I like some meat on the bones.
Yeah, she did not have much. She didn't have much there. She was very thin.
You like a little thicker girl?
Yeah.
Like a Fonnie Willis thick?
No.
Too
but
thick?
some curves. You like
Stacey Abrams like that big?
No.
Or like Miranda Lambert.
Miranda Lambert. That's a good one.
She's thick girl and
healthy.
Super sexy.
That's why I say.
What's like one crime you could be like, yeah, I'm down with that one?
Arson.
Okay. Arson. That makes sense.
Or
of course.
I didn't call anybody. Yeah. Just lit houses on fire and kept it moving.
Maybe a light stabbing.
Light stabbing.
Like Britney. It reminds me of Britney Spears.
Okay.
Just waving the knives around. Yeah. Bam.
Man, I would do anything to get you and Brittany together.
I think we'd have fun in a room. I think we'd get along swimmingly.
Yeah. Seeing you get chased with knives would be my highlight.
I remember. How old is Brittany now? Is she 45, something like that? Is that
let's
right?
see. She's got to be 43 at this point.
Yeah, okay, something around there. I remember thinking Brittany was something else. I had the tiniest
42.
crush. 42. I had the tiniest crush on Brittany. You know, it's one of those things.
Oh, man.
You know,
I had a big crush on her.
Yeah.
I still do, almost.
Me too. Do you have a little bit?
Like, if they were like, hey, all clear, she's smart, she's back to normal, she's all good, I'd be like, yep, I'm in.
Yeah, they're like, you have that.
This was her yesterday.
That's yesterday?
Let me see.
Good Lord.
She looks great. What a nice color pink.
Yeah, she looks.
She's in a bathing suit and definitely modeling it.
She's modeling. She's
showing off her
pushing
assets.
things together.
She's showing off her assets and wearing a cowboy hat.
She looks a little melted, a little deflated.
I agree with you. She looks.
How about a lot crazy?
A lot crazy. She even there, and I don't know when she posted that necessarily, but I mean the mascara was already it'd been like a long day already, and it looked like it was noon.
I would like to live with her, but like on the outside of the glass room, like keep her in a glass room and just watch and hang out. Like a good TV show.
Yeah, but I'm Ed Kemper.
Yeah, exactly. I do. That does sound really creepy.
Well, I'll go and visit her every few hours and make sure she's all right. Give her
It
some
gets
food.
creepier.
What?
It gets creepier. as
Give her
you
some
talk.
sunscreen.
Yeah, it gets creepier.
Some
as you
first
talk.
aid from when she cuts herself.
He puts your lotion on the. That's what it sounds like. That's stop while you're ahead.
Rubs the lotion against its skin. Rubs against all
Aaron's gonna
Rubs
kill
the
me.
lotion on its skin, or else it gets the hose again.
Yes.
That's Rhino with freaking Britney Spears and a.
Okay, maybe not a hose,
It
but I'd
does
definitely
just 'cause
throw a
it's
bucket of
cold.
water on her while she's wearing like a nice white shirt or something.
Take that.
Probably.
Take that,
fat person.
That's how you're feeding her.
Yeah.
Just throw it in the room.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
It's a rack of lamb here.
Okay. This is
Give me that knife back.
Too creepy. This is getting way too creepy.
Can't give her any kind of sharp objects.
Yeah. Lowe's, there is Trump derangement syndrome on The View, and my Aunt Peg watches it from the couch.
Oh, I love this. So take a listen. This is from The View on Friday when they were discussing how excited they were when they got the news that Donald Trump was convicted.
Well, my reaction was I was at Costco buying, 10 boxes of Keurig coffee, and my watch started to buzz, and I got so excited I started leaking a little bit.
God, you disgusting animal.
This is what I. So you're the leaker? I'm the leaker. Well, wait. This is what I want to say about seriously, because they're going to say it's rigged. This is rigged. That's rigged. Brian's rigged. We're rigged. Everything's rigged according to him. But there was a jury of 12. Yes. They all, to a person, said he was guilty.
Oh, you're an idiot.
Now the fun
brain's
part
leaking.
has still continued to be. Can you imagine being so excited about something that has almost zero effect on you?
No, you pee your pants.
You urinate
urinated
yourself.
You urinated yourself, you old hag.
You urinated yourself. That was how crazy
That's
these
TDS.
people are.
That's TDS. Like that's.
But that's Democrats in general.
Yeah,
I don't know if a lot of them urinated themselves, but by some of the videos I've seen, I think a lot of them did. I think a lot of them have, leaked or whatever, and it is such a weird thing to celebrate that and to really get that excited about anything. But the left is so unhinged, it doesn't surprise me.
Like if Hunter Biden, because he's
right. If they throw him in jail, I'm not going to be like, I was in the bathroom and I just literally peed all over the front of my pants.
Finally, justice is done. He deserves what he got, and I'm going to move along.
And I'm going to keep it moving.
That's right. I'm definitely not going to celebrate someone being incarcerated.
And I'd say the same thing as I say about Trump. I'd be like, look, for Trump, yeah, this will get overturned. For Hunter, don't worry, your father will pardon.
He's going to pardon.
Yeah.
He's not going to. We know he's not going to get punished.
Let's go. Let's move into Reelsville. Okay, I'm going to be the mayor of this place.
I love it, Mayor.
If Joe Biden is reelected, he will not survive 4 more years at this pace.
No.
You will have a dead American president. Now that is
they don't care.
Never something to celebrate.
That's exactly right.
It's different on their side.
No, you're right. If Trump
they're calling for him to be killed.
Absolutely. I know.
The
I saw
left
it over the weekend.
wants him to be assassinated.
Newt Gingrich said you better be praying for him because they want him dead. They want him dead.
And I'm sitting there saying, when this happens to Joe Biden, because we're seeing the rapid decline of where he's going.
Are you going to throw a party?
No.
Are you going to do anything be like,
that's awful.
That's terrible.
And how are we going to get through this?
That's exactly right.
And you know what?
I'll pray for him.
And you know what they're doing on their side? How do we lock him away for 5? Maybe he'll die in prison.
Yeah.
It's the
how crazy
most
is that?
Barbaric way of handling yourself. It's,
they're
it's
animals.
strange. And I love Aunt Peg, y'all. I love Aunt Peg. I really do. She would be celebrating.
Yes. Yeah.
She would absolutely wouldn't be.
Well, you know why
wouldn't be able to wipe that smile like Joe Biden had.
But you know where this comes down to? Because in order to subscribe to these sort of ideals, you have to be anti-human. That's
right.
what communists are. That's why they don't value life the way you do.
Right.
We value life, okay? There's a reason why when somebody passes away, even when they have completely different ideological views, I go, that sucks.
Yeah, it's tough.
You know what they do? All
Celebrate.
right.
Let's throw a party.
Move on to the next one.
I just peed my pants. I'm so excited.
Yeah.
So weird.
Yeah.
It's a weird thing.
You have to be an anti-human to feel this way.
No, you're exactly right. But it goes right in line with abortion. They celebrate killing children in the womb.
It's a party of death.
Dude,
that's what communism always has been.
It is funny because I talked to someone who was like, the religious right is just out of control. They're just so dangerous. And I go, hold on. And we had this conversation. I said, you're burning cities down. You are, all against them. I said, and you're mad because they don't want a child to be killed. You're mad because they want to preach love, not hate. You're mad because they want men and women to become family members and stay together.
And be stable, which has proven across time to be the only
danger.
way that humanity works.
That's the danger of the religious right to them.
Yes, it is.
That they're filled with love. And it is. Look, we group everybody, and Aaron brought up a good point. When they think of the religious right, they think of the Westboro Baptist Church, and those are people who a lot of us go and go, those are crazy people.
Those are crazy people.
Those are nutty people. They're not us. But that's the way they make everybody on the right look.
I ask you a question.
Yeah, man.
If you managed to have any situation where 50 million people were not on this earth anymore, would that be kind of problematic?
Yeah, it would be. Yeah.
Okay, because basically from 73 to as of last year,
abortions,
we were doing about 600,000 per year.
Good Lord. The party of death.
Save lives.
And you.
Party of death.
Yep. And by the way, if it was healthcare, right? Remember?
Yeah.
These are the same people that were like, if you're not vaccinated, you don't get healthcare.
That's right. Yeah. But again, we'll let you die because you don't deserve it. The left is bizarre, man.
Crazy people.
Crazy people. No doubt about it. 9 o'clock hour brought to you by Southern Exteriors, your home exterior solution. They've been doing it for over 20 years, based down in Jackson, Georgia. Reach out to them today. Windows, siding, gutters, doors. They do everything. SouthernExteriors.co. SouthernExteriors.co for Rhino, Lowson, Board Up, Goey, Virgin River. I'm Tug. Y'all come back now here.
Hey, it's the Kimmer. Look out. The Kimmer Show is live every afternoon from 3 to 6, just like the Kimmer. By the way, a little update. Just this morning, I find out that my daughter Jennifer has now received the birthday card and special. I swear to God, I mailed it April 10th. I mean, I could have walked it over there in 6. I could have walked to Denver in 6 weeks. Seriously, I could have walked.
No, you couldn't.
I'll bet you I could do it. I'll bet you if they give me time. In fact, this will be great. Let's do a live expedition, the Kimmer's expedition to the final bucket list. It'll probably kill me. And we'll do a live and I'll do a remote like every afternoon. And you guys can do the show from here. And I'll have a live mic every afternoon. And we'll as I'm walking to Denver.
Yeah. I want to see you walk across Mississippi and Arkansas in July.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.